How's it going? Has anyone heard from Pat Tanisha or no? Is she running a little late? Okay. What's going on?
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council Successor Agency meeting of April 30th. This is a special meeting. We will begin at 5:36. And we do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Councilmember Pearson,
Present.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. You could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Static. Okay, comments on the agenda items C1 and C2 will be taken following staff's presentation and before the direction is provided. The public comment period time frame for tonight's items will be 5 minutes each. And we will begin with item C1, and that is to receive an update and discuss new tobacco regulations, and Alexis Morris will present. Alexis?
Good evening. Just give one moment for my presentation. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This item tonight is to discuss potential new tobacco regulations for the City of Brentwood based on a City Council request for additional information. As a little background, the City Council adopted a tobacco urgency ordinance and extended it one time, which places a moratorium on new smoke shops being established in the City of Brentwood. Currently, we have about 10 smoke shops, and no new smoke shops have been applied for or opened since the urgency ordinance moratorium has been in place. That moratorium does expire September 8th of this year. On August 22nd last year, City Council directed staff to come back to Council with additional information related to potential new tobacco regulations for the city. Staff went away, did research and work with outside counsel, and brought potential tobacco regulations to the Land Use and Development Committee on March 18th for their consideration, and they provided recommendations to City Council, which I'll discuss in more detail. So the City Council's request in August was related to 16 items that are potential ways to regulate tobacco retailing and availability of tobacco in the City of Brentwood. So the 16 items are listed here, and they are discussed in detail in the staff report. Because of the volume of the information that was requested, staff put all this information into a table, which is attached to your staff report, in order just to have a manageable size staff report, even though that still ended up being about 20 pages long. Sorry. So this is an example of what's attached to the report. It provides what the council's requesting, provides some regulatory context for each of those items. This is in detail in the staff report, so this is just an example for the public of what I'm referencing. I'm not necessarily able to read it, but the regulatory context and how a city may or may not regulate around those particular items, possible implementation strategies to implement regulations related to those items, a column about what City Council direction would be needed related to those, a staff recommendation, which is very broad based on some of the legal implications for these regulations, and then a column with LUD's recommendations for each of the 16 items. So that is provided as an attachment, and then the staff report itself goes through particular items that merit additional analysis or discussion. So a little background on the regulatory context in Brentwood. Tobacco sales have primarily been considered general retail uses in the past, so they are not regulated differently than any other type of retailer, a clothing boutique or a shoe store or anything like that. Tobacco sales have just been considered general retail and are generally permitted by right unless there's a specific plan development district that regulates them in a different way. Currently, the police department is responsible for responding to complaints, and they conduct the proactive enforcement and occasionally partner with outside agencies. There are multiple state and federal laws, many, that regulate the sale of tobacco products and licensing of tobacco retailers. But the Business and Professions Code in the state law says the state laws do not preempt or supersede local laws. Therefore, the city of Brentwood has the ability to regulate tobacco in its own ordinances. Flavored tobacco, to note, is currently banned by state law, and there's recent legislation which makes the penalties for violation of that law even stricter. So flavored tobacco sales are already banned by the state of California and should not be sold anywhere in the state or in the city of Brentwood. So one way to address the 16 items that council requested information on would be what's called a tobacco retail license, and I'll just call it a TRL from here on out. A tobacco retail license would apply to any business that sells tobacco or tobacco-related products. It's an effective tool to ensure compliance with laws, and it is something that a local agency can adopt. The TRL could address many, but not all of the 16 items that were on council's list, and those items are noted in the report. But it could affect a prohibition on flavored tobacco sales, a prohibition on vaping and electronic smoking devices and related products related to those devices. It could establish distance requirements between sensitive uses and other tobacco retailers. It could require minimum prices and minimum package sizes for tobacco products. It can prohibit tobacco sales in pharmacies. It can fund, through the license fees, inspections and decoy operations. It can prohibit coupons and discounts and implement penalties and fines and create a process for revocation of licenses for folks that violate the regulations. And I should mention LUD did recommend the adoption of a tobacco retail license to council. So if council were interested in adopting a TRL, attached to your staff report is a model TRL prepared by the Public Health Law Center and the American Lung Association. This is an existing vetted template that other communities have adopted versions of. And if council wanted to move forward with a TRL, staff would strongly recommend using this vetted template because it has been tested and it has been found to be legally defensible. So in that model TRL attached to the report, a tobacco retailer is basically any person that sells tobacco or related tobacco products or paraphernalia. A tobacco product is defined very broadly, so it's basically any product derived from tobacco or nicotine, any pipe or method of ingesting that tobacco, or any component or accessory related to that. So one of the council's requests was whether a CUP can be applied to tobacco sales in the city. And that is possible. So a conditional use permit could be derived and developed to be required of tobacco retailers, tobacco sales. That requirement doesn't currently exist in the zoning ordinance. However, staff strongly recommends a tobacco retail license rather than a CUP for several reasons outlined in your report. But the primary reason is a tobacco retail license would have procedures that make them much easier to revoke and exact penalties for violating the rules. A conditional use permit is a land use entitlement with a different process. It goes with the land. It's transferable, and the primary reason that would be challenging from an enforcement perspective is there are different thresholds and different requirements to revoke a CUP, and it's a longer, more difficult process. And LUD recommended a TRL rather than a CUP. So currently today, there's approximately 42 tobacco retailers licensed by the state to sell tobacco in some form in the city. So this is all types of retailers, grocery stores, convenience stores, smoke shops. So unfortunately, the tobacco retail license, the model license ordinance does not really address how to apply new regulations to existing businesses. So staff has done some research and come up with some models that are different models that are applied in other communities. These include things like grandfathering or grace period, or instituting a cap on tobacco retailers, and reducing the number through attrition over time. So LUD recommended sort of a combination of the cap and winnow and a grace period. What LUD recommended was not issuing any more tobacco retailers licenses than the number of businesses currently operating today. And over time, through attrition, reducing the number of tobacco retailers because licenses would be non-transferable. And if a retailer were to not comply with the new regulations as soon as they were adopted, they would be eligible to receive a license for up to a year. And then after that point in time, they would have to stop operating. So that would be retailers who are out of compliance with, say, the distance requirements as soon as they're adopted, or maybe they sell electronic smoking devices today. They would have to cease those operations because they would no longer be compliant with the new regulations that were adopted by the city. So one of the implications of, or a couple of implications of adopting a TRL ordinance are impacts to staff time and resources. The implementation and enforcement of the tobacco retail license would be primarily housed within the community enrichment program in the community development department, with some assistance from the police department, particularly with decoy operations. The TRL program, however it's implemented, would require significant staff time. Robust enforcement would lead to a successful TRL ordinance. And this amount of staff time cannot be absorbed into our current workload. We have 4 community enrichment officers, and they are working at capacity as it is. So if additional resources were not allocated to the department, there would have to be a reprioritization of workload in order to absorb the work associated with a tobacco retail license. The good news, the city can impose fees to recover costs associated with implementing the program. And if a TRL moved forward, staff would work with finance to develop a fee that would achieve cost recovery as much as we can. We can also assess fines, and LUD's direction was to assess fees and fines as high as we legally can. And LUD also asked if fines could be repurposed for the purposes of public education around tobacco, and that is possible. But the fees associated with the licenses can only be used to recoup costs for the program. So if the TRL were implemented, the next step would be for our staff to come up with fees and fines that were appropriate. More good news about funding is the Department of Justice distributes grants related to enforcement of state tobacco laws, particularly in terms of efforts of keeping tobacco out of the hands of youth. That is a competitive grant that's issued annually. The city of Brentwood has not received it in the past, but we received council direction to look into that. So the application actually went live just yesterday, and the deadline is June 28th. So city staff can apply for that grant for current enforcement efforts already, and if the council gave direction tonight to implement a new program, we can certainly incorporate that into our grant application. The grant application does not explicitly say it, but I've been told the application may be more competitive if a city has a tobacco retail license, but it's not a requirement. So to summarize LUD's recommendations to City Council, they, again, recommended implementing a TRL ordinance. They recommended prohibiting electronic smoking devices and any types of drug paraphernalia. Drug paraphernalia wasn't explicitly addressed in the model ordinance, so we would add that in if that's council's wish. LUD recommended a 1,000-foot separation from youth-oriented facilities as defined in the ordinance and other tobacco retailers. So it's important to note that that youth-oriented facilities definition in the ordinance is very broad and essentially covers any facility or location where youth activities take place, schools, playgrounds, daycares, classes for kids, so it's very, very broad definition. LUD recommended restricting pack sizes to a minimum of 20 cigars and cigarettes, banning tobacco sales at all pharmacies, 3 compliance checks and 1 decoy operation per year per licensee. So that would be 4 per year. The decoy operations we would conduct in cooperation with the police department, and then the 3 compliance checks would be done throughout the year by community enrichment. They recommended a minimum price of $10 for tobacco products that would escalate with the CPI. They recommended prohibiting discounts, coupons, and promotions related to tobacco. Recommended, I'm using the word number 42 here because that's the number of retailers we have today, but not issuing any more licenses than we have operators today, and the 1-year grace period for retailers that would be non-compliant with the regulations as soon as they're adopted. They recommended not requiring a CUP, as I said, but only requiring the TRL. They recommended using the TRL fines for public education purposes, and they also asked for additional information on regulating tobacco retailers' signage to the maximum extent allowed by law. And there's some additional information about that in the staff report, but the short response to that is within the constraints of the First Amendment, the city can regulate the placement of signage, the size of signage. We are a little more restricted in terms of content, but there are some restrictions that are already in state law related to tobacco signage. So what staff is proposed and is recommending that we use a model ordinance for tobacco window signage, right? So it much more specifically and precisely regulate the amount of signage you can have in your windows, your doorways, the size of it, where it can be placed. We just don't have regulations that are that specific in today's municipal code. So the city council direction we're needing tonight is big picture is whether or not to incorporate a TRL ordinance at all, and whether to incorporate LUD's recommendations into a TRL ordinance if that's council's wishes, or provide us with other direction related to a TRL ordinance if that is council's wish. We also would like to know whether to supplement our sign ordinance with these storefront window signage requirements that would be specific to tobacco retailers. And next steps would be based on council's direction tonight. If council were to direct staff to prepare a TRL ordinance, we would work with outside legal counsel to draft that ordinance with the goal of bringing it back to the council for consideration before the urgency ordinance expires on September 8th. So that's an ambitious schedule, but I think we can accomplish that if we work with the model ordinance as our base. And obviously, if council directs us to do something else, we can discuss what the next steps related to that would be. So that concludes my presentation. That is a lot of information, I understand. It is 16 items. It's a big discussion item. There's a lot in the staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. We also have our outside counsel, Annie Branham, on the line to assist you as well.
Okay, do we have any clarifying questions?
I just have
Oh, I'm
one
sorry.
question about the fines. So we don't have an amount we can fine them yet, or did I miss that one?
So we have regular fines for violations of municipal code violations at the community enrichment staff, as that's when people have violations. So my understanding is that we wanted to assess the maximum fines possible. So that would likely be an amount higher than what we charge for our first and our second and our third violations regularly.
So there's a bill, and I know it's not law yet, but there is a bill going through the state legislature right now, which is AB 2021 from 23 to 24. And it has fines set up as, sorry, I lose my eyesight around here. 1,000 for the first time that someone sells, 5,000 for the second time, and $10,000 for the third time. Could we mirror that now, or do we have to wait for that to go through the state legislation? Because it says it would be the city attorney who would take care of that.
Annie popped up. I don't know if she has
Hello,
an
Annie.
answer to that.
Hi, good to
Nice
see you
to
all
see you again.
Yes, what I would say is that the city would basically be subject to standard rules about the maximum fines that it can impose. They're the same for, you might sometimes set fines lower than the maximum that the law allows you to set the fines at if you don't think it's as serious of a violation. What you could do is certainly set at the maximum that a city is allowed to set at, but the state fines would essentially be considered totally separate from that anyway. So you wouldn't have to wait for the bill. You could set the fines at the maximum level allowed by law, essentially.
So the bills, I think, says that would be the city attorney that would go and fine them. So I guess I still don't know what the maximum fines are. I know we keep saying there's standards, but what are, like, I haven't heard a number, because if it's like $100, I'm not happy with that.
No, I think, and I off the top I could be misremembering, but I think 1,000 for a first violation is the maximum, and then it escalates from there. I think that it does match up with what the state bill is saying,
Okay.
but that's current law, right? So the state bill is probably just taking something that they don't currently fine for and adding the fines in, whereas we already have the ability to impose those fines. I believe that 1,000 for a first violation is the correct amount.
Okay, do you know what it is for our second violation off the top? I don't know if anyone knows.
Well, our normal fines are much lower than this for municipal code violations. So they're not at $1,000 for even the first violation. Of course, now that we're talking about numbers, I just blanked, but I think the second violation is 250. Is that 100, 200, and 500?
So how do we find out what the maximum is that we can do?
That's
So-
certainly something that we can, research and bring back as part of the ordinance. If the direction is the maximum allowable, that's easy enough for us to incorporate the actual numbers into the draft
I mean,
ordinance.
I would like to do the maximum allowable, but I don't know how, but that was my question about the fines. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. A few questions. One of them, the grant you mentioned, is that the same one that the Attorney General's office just put out?
Correct. It's the
Okay.
Department of Justice of the State of California.
The description seemed a little different, so I wasn't sure. Is there any benefit to having any, even a possibility of having both a TRL and a CUP?
That is certainly possible. I don't know that there's a benefit from an enforcement perspective, but it would just introduce additional land use regulations through a CUP. So we'd have to update the zoning code, Title 17, and determine which zoning districts that would apply to. It is really a tool for land use. So it would be for potential impacts of the physical development of a tobacco retailer or its location that it moves into. You could implement distance from sensitive requirements in a CUP, but some of the really specific elements of a tobacco retailer license that have to deal with public health and safety aren't as translatable to the CUP environment. And if you had both, it's the CUP creates an entitlement that goes with the land. Okay, so it is transferable by its nature. So if a tobacco retailer had that CUP and it were to move out of that space has a land use entitlement that another tobacco retailer could potentially take advantage of. The tobacco retail license is typically non-transferable. You have a annual renewal, so you have to go through an annual sort of means test to make sure you're operating within the rules and regulations that a CUP doesn't necessarily have. So the CUP is not the same as a license from the perspective of protecting public health and safety and having regular mechanisms to do enforcement actions.
Okay.
So you can certainly have both. I just don't know that the CUP
There's not
is
necessarily
as great as a
benefit.
tool. Yeah.
Maybe if we weren't halting all new retailers, that would be a little bit different, but, okay. Have there been any new tobacco retailers between September 2023 and now?
Not smoke shops, not that I'm aware of. So we have new businesses that may sell tobacco, but I'm not aware of any new ones since September of last year.
Okay. This might be an Annie question, actually, and where is it on my page? Oh, online sales, because you certainly can go online and look for vaping products, et cetera, and have them delivered to your home. And I'm wondering, I mean, there's nothing we can do about that, but is there anything that can be done legislatively speaking to prevent that? I don't know if there's anything we can do there.
Yeah,
Probably not.
this has come up in the cannabis context as well.
Mhm.
And the short answer is you would need powers, beyond the city to regulate that because of commerce rules and all kinds of complicated, preemption type stuff. But yes, there is the possibility that someone could step in and more tightly control that. But at a city level, you probably don't have the enforcement mechanisms in place to be able to successfully.
So is there a way any current retailers that are selling flavored tobacco, for example, could they in turn sell it online to our residents?
I mean, that's a good question. I think what the ordinance will do is require a retailer, and the definition of retailer is broad, right? It's just anyone who sells. We don't specify that they sell in person. So that would still be a violation if a retailer were located within the city and they were selling online to residents. I think you still have a hook by which to say they have violated the ordinance at that point. But if it's, say a retailer in some other state entirely and people are just having it shipped to them, it becomes a little more difficult. But
Mhm.
yeah, I think in the situation you mentioned, that would be something where it would be a violation of the ordinance.
Okay. I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Councilman Orleans?
You can go first, Pat. Go ahead. Pat Tanisha, go ahead. The questions aren't going to change whichever order I ask them in, so I think we're okay. A couple quick questions, but there are a few. Reading the ordinance and reading through, I kept seeing the no renewal of a business license after 1 year if the business is non-compliant with new regulations. How many businesses does that affect within the city of Brentwood on the tobacco use, sales?
So it depends on what the new regulations end up being, right? So, for example, attached to the staff report is a map that the county prepared. We didn't prepare it, but they gave it to us as an example. Margaret, could you share my screen again, please? So depending on what regulations were adopted, it would have different impacts on a different number of businesses, right? So this exhibit that the county prepared shows that if there was a 1,000-foot buffer from youth-sensitive facilities, which is defined in the model ordinance, or 1,000 feet from those facilities would be all the businesses that are in pink dots here. So all these businesses that sell tobacco today, if that regulation was adopted, could be in violation of those distance requirements and could potentially have to close down if that is council's direction after a year. So it would affect a significant number of businesses. If those distance requirements were increased or reduced, it would change the number of businesses that it impacts and how it impacts them. So according to the county's map, these dots in green, if you can see those would be businesses outside of a 1,000-foot separation from youth facilities. So it's a small number. If that number were 500 or 300 or 700, a few of these dots might turn green.
So keeping, just for argument's sake, keeping the 1,000-foot restrictions, how do we decide which businesses have to stay and leave?
So that's something we would need council's direction on, because there could be, so just for example, these two dots where I'm pointing my cursor, each one of them might want a retail license and each one of them is going to be too close to another one potentially. So we would need a process for determining who wins in that tie, essentially. And that's what we'd be looking to council's direction on, whether you want us to work with outside counsel to develop like a lottery system, or work with outside counsel to develop something that's more competitive. But that's a policy decision that we would need council's direction on. I would recommend we get some direction on how to resolve a tie that might ensue from the new regulations.
Okay, and what would some of the suggestions be? What would some of the options be?
There's a number of options, so my recommendation would be a lottery. From staff's perspective, something subjective or that puts staff in a decision of deciding a tie, it makes me uncomfortable because someone's business is at stake and they're going to be upset and they're going to pursue an appeal, or, there may be accusations of favoritism or what have you. It just gets complicated. A lottery system, I think, would be fair and equitable, that if we have X number of licenses, we have X number of people apply, and we randomly choose who opens a location. There are things like scorecards you can do. So for cities, a lot of cities have this model related to cannabis where they have a cap on cannabis retailers. So our city gets 5 cannabis retailers and there's 20 cannabis businesses that want to open. They have a competitive process based on community benefit. There's all kinds of systems they've created, like, are you hiring locally? Are you hiring ex offenders? Things like that, that bump you up in a ranking system. That would be a little more complicated to devise. It's not impossible. Like I said, other cities have these models really around cannabis. It just takes more time and staff time to administer a program like that.
And I would add, sorry to jump in, just that even if you went with something like a lottery that wasn't scored per se based on varying levels of what the business could offer to the city, but was just a true lottery, you still could have a threshold, qualification list that they would
Yeah.
have to meet, that would be objective, but you could still sort of weed out businesses that weren't going to meet even your most basic criteria before they even got into the lottery.
Okay, last one, I think it's the last one for now. If we were to adopt the youth-oriented facilities definition as it is currently in the staff report and the 1,000-foot restrictions, what happens if a new park is put in or built in a new development that now affects a business that has made it through the year, has done everything they were supposed to do, but suddenly they're within 1,000 feet of a park that is now being put in?
So that's another policy decision, but what I would recommend is if someone qualified for the ordinance that was in place at the time they got their license, that they would be able to continue that license. But council can certainly say if after a certain amount of time, there's a youth-oriented facility introduced to an area, that a license not be renewed. Again, trying to balance the burdens on businesses and their investments and some predictability in their investments, I would recommend that they allow to continue. But you can certainly establish a time frame that if there are new uses introduced, then they have to cease operations after a certain amount of time.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Pearson.
So a couple of my questions are, one, thank you for the report. Is it possible that if you can, item number 12 on the spreadsheet that you provided, the council requested tobacco items, can you tell us the recommendation of staff, is that the cap and winnows? And also, I didn't hear this in the presentation, but for the entire council to hear, you did an amazing job. You and Annie gave us an amazing job at telling us the difference, the 3 options that we had, which was the grace period, the grandfather, and the cap and winnows. Is it possible you could just review that again, just so the entire council can understand the options that we had on LUD?
Absolutely, thank you. I struggled with how to not reread the staff report to you tonight, so there was a lot of detail in there. If Margaret can share my screen again, so I can just show the text. Okay, so is that legible? So these are 3 potential models for how to deal with existing businesses. So the grace period is an idea that you would have to cease operations after a certain point in time, but you're allowed to do that over an extended period of time. So the day the ordinance is adopted and you're out of violation, you don't necessarily have to shut down. And a grace period can be implemented in different ways depending on how we pursue a licensing scheme or a conditional use permit or that sort of thing. So the grace period would vary based on the council's policies. It could be a year, it could be 18 months, it could be 3 years to allow people to get through their inventory, look for another location for a business perhaps that does meet the requirements. It's basically just not shutting people down the day after the ordinance takes effect. The grandfather system would say, you have a business operating legally today. We've adopted these new regulations that you're now out of compliance with. That's okay. You can continue to operate without having to comply with the regulations you can't feasibly comply with. You may have to comply with others. And we're going to let you do that. And you're going to be in a separate category than all the new businesses that get a TRL and have to comply with all the new ordinances. Grandfathering can also, once that business shuts down, they don't get to reopen, for example. It's just like another form of attrition, but they could have a much longer time frame to operate until they're ready to shut down. It's sort of at their business decision when they close versus an arbitrary timeline like the grace period example. Then the cap and winnow kind of involves elements of both. So that would be the city council establishing a total number of licenses it wants in its city. Let's say there's 20. And no more licenses than that would ever be issued. But you could have a rotating 20 operators because that's your cap. So when one closes, someone could potentially come in and apply for TRL if they meet all the other regulations. The winnow piece of it is if you're out of compliance and you're within that cap, you would not be able to reopen. You would have to cease businesses similar to the grace period approach. So you would slowly lose retailers by attrition. So if you have a cap and you have more current retailers than the cap is set, you would also end up with potentially a competitive process because you would have, 40 businesses applying for 20 licenses, and you would have to establish procedures for how to deal with that. So does that?
And in your model, in the suggestions, is the suggestion, I was not clear which one it was the cap and winnow?
So for staffs, it was a cap and winnow approach. So that it's just a recommendation to help manage this, that you would come up with a total number of retailers that you want in the city at any given time. It doesn't matter who they are, but if you have 40 or 20 or 10, you just have potentially, one closes, you can still have another one open. It's not a complete limit. Like what Ludd recommended is more akin to we don't ever want to have more licenses than we have today, and we want those to be reduced over time, not to a certain number, but just continuously reduced over time.
Okay. And then the suggestion on number 4 that Councilmember Orlemans was asking about as well, with the maximum 1,000 feet. I know we recommended 1,000 feet separation with no renewal of the license after 1 year for non-compliance. So the staff recommendation wasn't, to me, was that an agreement, but add these other places like parks instead of it just being like schools or like the addition of the youth-oriented facilities? Are you all in agreement with Ludd's recommendation? Because
so that was our recommendation before we went to Ludd, right? So
Okay.
that was just what we brought to Ludd as our recommendation, was not to exceed that 1,000 feet.
Mhm.
There are just a few communities that have, like, for example, a 1,500-foot buffer. That is a very, very big buffer. This all grows exponentially. So not to go above 1,000 feet. So that was what staff meant by maximum, not to get too big on that buffer. And then, yes, to broaden, to include a definition of youth-oriented facilities, because right now in the city's municipal code, we don't really define sensitive uses, right? So from alcohol sales or other potential we don't define sensitive uses relative to these types of uses. So yes, I think staff's recommendation is to include some definition of youth-oriented facilities in there.
Okay. And then, go ahead, and I have one more question.
So when it comes to the buffer, you're saying maximum, but what is the minimum buffer we want between? I thought that's what we were saying. We were saying the minimum distance that we will accept from someone who sells it to the location is 1,000 feet, but now you're saying the maximum. I mean, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, no, so the recommendation we brought to lead was to create a buffer, but not to exceed 1,000 feet, whatever that buffer ends up being, right? So is it 300, 500, 700, 1,000, not to go above that 1,000, because that becomes basically two sites could wipe out, miles of the, square miles of the city.
So do we have to define a minimum?
No.
No, just a buffer.
Yes.
So some communities have a 300-foot buffer, some have 500, some have 750, some have 1,000, very few have up to 1,500. So whatever the buffer is, we would just recommend it not be so large that it's over 1,000 feet.
So to add on to that, the TRLs, the sample one we have says within. So it's anything below, within 1,000. So it could be
Yeah, so
one.
you don't need, it's 0 to 1,000. You don't need a minimum.
You don't need a minimum.
Yeah.
So we also said that we didn't want them 1,000 feet from each other, right? Because we
Yes.
didn't want consolidation.
Yes.
How do you, after a year, because I thought we were saying we were going to give them a grace period of a year. After a year, like, do you Rochambeau if there's two people within the 1,000 feet? How do you decide who gets it?
Well, and so that's back to Councilmember Orleman's question is how do we decide? And so there's a few ways to do that. Staff would recommend something that isn't subjective or requires staff, any sort of judgment on the part of staff, like a lottery would be more what staff would recommend, but there's multiple ways that the council could address that.
I have another question since Councilmember Mendoza hijacked my moment. I'm sorry. I'm teasing all of you guys tonight. Don't take me seriously. And then, so my last question was, did we ever come up with, I know the minimum prices on tobacco, the model ordinance, the model TRL says, it is blank on that. And we, during our meeting, we threw out $10. And I just was wondering if we ever came back or anybody researched what the minimum price should be or what range it is. Because I don't think while we were talking, we didn't know how much a pack of cigarettes were at the time. Yeah.
We didn't do any further research past LED's recommendation. I'm sorry, Annie, did you want to weigh in?
No, I just was going to say, when I was originally looking, although I haven't looked in the gap between LUD and today, but when we were first preparing the recommendations for LUD, 10 was the standard that I was seeing any place where they set a maximum price. So I would take that to mean either that that's sort of the accepted standard right now, or that there's a cap out there somewhere that says it shouldn't be more than 10. But we certainly can add a note to, confirm that and make sure that if you wanted to go above 10, whether you could, or if 10 is the actual limit. But certainly that's what most other cities' practice has been.
Thank you, Annie. And yes, it's good to see you again. And thank you so much, Alexis, for your presentation.
Any further clarifying questions? At this time, then, we will open public comments. Margaret?
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from the chambers first, then Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we did receive one written public comment on this item, which has been posted on the city council meetings website and provided to the council. I do have one speaker card in person. Clay?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, commissioners, committee members, staff, all the residents. I don't want to leave anybody out because I want to thank everyone first and foremost for extending your day and your already busy schedules and for taking the time to address these issues before us tonight. You guys deserve a round of applause. It's a lot of hard work went into this. It's me, Clay Hawley, proud resident, prouder member of our community, I realized. As a self-professed city boy, it truly is better here in Brentwood. Summer's approaching, and I'm really excited. We got cherry picking, we got peaches, we got strawberries, we got concerts in the park, Juneteenth, graduations. Great to middle, middle to senior, seniors to infinity and beyond. Kids using our parks, pools, basketball courts, more small businesses opening, even fast food franchises, if that's your thing. Without naming names, I do love me a Frosty, but you're more likely to find me downtown enjoying their provisions and wares. All of these things This growth benefits the residents. Some of it we agree upon, others we don't. But one thing most residents agree upon, kids should not have easy access to nicotine or nicotine products. Cigarettes, chew, vape. Tobacco retail licenses are being adopted and in use in other local communities. Communities just like ours, once rural, now suburban, due to change in growth. TRLs are a proven way to affect real change in the developmental growth of our city, including the vital development of our youth, the future of our community. TRLs are not anti-small business. It's a license to sell tobacco and create a path for responsible sales and enforcement with minimal financial impact to the retailers. Using our neighborhood cities as guides, the annual fee could come around to $25 to $35 a month, hardly enough to put any business in danger of bankruptcy. Also, all of these retailers make a lot of money off tobacco products. They use it in their metrics for convenience stores and gas stations as both a driver of traffic and a top seller. Actually, the CFCA, which is the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance, so it's a lobbyist group for convenience stores, they encourage, quote, retailers to engage with local governments and agencies on issues like age restriction and responsible tobacco sales, as well as inviting those representatives to visit the stores, unquote. So I say, let's do that. Let's pave a way to discourage our youth from tobacco products. Let's adopt a TRL. Let's keep things better in Brentwood for the future. And that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have some hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Brian, followed by Blythe. Brian, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Brian Davis, and I am Project Director of LGBTQ- Tobacco. We are funded by the state to, among other things, provide technical assistance to cities on the issue of tobacco pricing and other TRL-related components. As I mentioned the last time I spoke to you, we worked with the city of Concord to help them develop their upgraded tobacco retail license, which they adopted last year. Independent of the city of Concord, we conducted an adult decoy coupon operation and store observations of random groups of stores this month. Among other things, we discovered a significant reduction in the number of stores accepting coupons, a significant increase in the price of tobacco products, and the total absence of electronic cigarette products at the stores we visited in Concord. While some issues remain to be addressed, this shows how well-written TRLs can have a positive impact on communities. In response to a question raised, there is no limit to minimum prices. Union City recently adopted a minimum price of $15 for cigars, and just last Thursday, Minneapolis, Minnesota, passed a $15 minimum price for cigarettes and cigars. In addition to the minimum price of $10, minimum pack size of 20, non-allowance of tobacco coupon redemption, and other components recommended by your Land Use and Development Committee, I want to mention that another best practice found in the model policy for your consideration is the suspension of the tobacco license if a retailer is found to be in violation. The norm is a 30-day suspension upon the first violation, followed by increased suspension times upon subsequent violations and eventual loss of license. Cities have found that even large fines alone are not effective at inspiring tobacco retailers to remove all illegal products and ensure clerks consistently ask for ID. Another best practice is to not issue fines to clerks, as a penalty to the low-wage earning clerk will not be felt by the owner. What works is the owner knowing that they could lose their ability to sell all tobacco, even temporarily, if they are not in compliance. Lastly, our project has commented during discussions of TRLs all over the Bay Area. Store owners are often there to say the sky will fall if the policy is adopted, and yet those businesses continue to operate when TRLs are adopted. As we discovered during our Concord survey this month, the stores are still there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Blythe. Blythe, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Blythe Young. I'm the Community Advocacy Director for the American Heart Association here in the Bay Area. I want to thank the Land Use Development Committee for their thoughtful considerations and recommendations that they have brought before you this evening, as well as your consideration of those recommendations and the model policy from Public Health Law Center. I do recommend a TRL be moved forward instead of a CUP. It's a more common protocol to address the issues that you are seeking to cover. And you have that model policy from Public Health Law Center that is legally vetted to be litigation proof and is the best practice as they are the state provider for the model for tobacco policy. I'd also like to clarify that it would be great if you covered all tobacco retailers. I heard the term smoke shop used several times, but we really are looking with a TRL to cover anywhere tobacco is sold, including convenience stores, gas stations, Safeway, and those types of places. So just to make sure that you are intending to cover anyone that sells tobacco. I also want to highlight the Department of Justice grant that was mentioned by your staff that was just released. It's a great complementary effort to any fees that you assign to your tobacco retail license. It can help augment your enforcement efforts, but is not intended to replace them. So we do recommend a minimum of 1 annual inspection a year. If there is a staffing capacity issue to complete that check, there are alternative models in terms of granting out those inspections to community-based organizations. And myself and Brian Davis and others amongst tobacco control in Contra Costa County can help identify an organization that might be able to assist you if that's a route that you would like to go. I would also urge you to set your fee to cover the cost of your enforcement and compliance. That is best practice, as mentioned by an earlier public comment. It's really pennies and a very minimal cost per month, couple $100 per year to be able to sell a deadly product in which they profit thousands each month. In addition to that, I want to flag that for equity concerns, we urge the city to look at civil or administrative fines or a process for penalties. So looking at whatever you set the monetary amount for fines for penalty to ensure that those don't trigger a misdemeanor or infraction. It's about regulating the sale of product, not adding to somebody's ability to gain citizenship or causing any unintended consequences. I also want to echo Brian's statement about the suspension-based model for penalty. Fines are great, but they really are a drop in the bucket compared to the profits that are coming in. What we find to be more effective is an escalating penalty structure that includes increasing durations of suspension that ultimately lead to revocation. And I believe the Public Health Law Center model has that escalating scale and recommended language for revocation that you could look to. I also want to echo that, if you do assign any monetary penalties for a violation of your ordinance, that you ensure that those are explicitly stated to pertain to the business owner or the licensee. This encourages compliance with training of employees and ensures that minimum wage earning or non-management staff aren't sort of getting a pass-through of that fine or monetary penalty. And then we would also encourage you to explicitly state with language within the ordinance that there is no penalty for youth or individuals who may purchase, use, or possess tobacco products. We're really looking to curb the retail sale of tobacco for people with essentially a business license to sell tobacco, not folks who may have a nicotine addiction or our youth who are getting these products illegally. We want to make sure that we're regulating the upstream solution and the retail sale. So I'll stop there, but I want to just emphasize that the American Heart Association, American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network, folks like Brian Davis, and Public Health Law Center are all ready and willing to assist you. Public Health Law Center can even craft a custom TRL for you with whatever you decide to move forward with. So there is immense amount of support for you and technical assistance. Thank you.
The next speaker is Zane. Zane, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Zain Memon, and I am a senior at Heritage High School. As a high school student, I have seen how tobacco and vape products have become normalized within our schools with their easy access to young people like me. Our bathrooms at schools are constantly filled with smoke and clouds of vape as youth get their hands on dangerous vape and tobacco products and can become easily addicted. In fact, almost 72% of 11th graders in Brentwood report vapes are easy to access, and 25% report ever using a vaping product. I've seen how normalized smoking has become within my own school and friends and peers, and even heard from many of my peers that they believe that they can easily quit. But this simply is not true, as tobacco is extremely addictive. As you know, young people often do not like anticipate risk. Um, as our brains are still developing. So, passing restrictive tobacco licensing can help protect youth from even getting tobacco products in their hands and prevent the cycle of addiction. I strongly encourage the City Council to pass this TRL to protect youth like me, especially with its easy access with 12 retailers in Brentwood within 1,000 feet of schools, and youth often being unable to see the risk, necessitating community protection through tobacco retail licensing policies. Thank you so much. And I strongly encourage the City Council to pass the tobacco retail licensing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. I wanted to mainly, because I try to be circumspect about what I comment on, because some things, I am a planning commissioner, I might see some things in an official capacity, but I do speak for myself, as always, in public comments. But I wanted to say that I really enjoyed reading the model. I actually have it up right now, the model legislation from Cal Tobacco. This is just from the Public Health Law Center and the American Lung Association. This is just a really fine example of what I would love to see in all of Brentwood's municipal code, as far as an extensive section making very sharp definitions. So there's not questions that would come up um, as to what something means, which is something, like we've seen in other areas of the code, that sometimes people will quibble about what a thing means. I like that the regulations are very well set out, and I think the definitions and the actual regulations actually go into the code, and then there's an extensive section of findings, which I think don't go into municipal code, but I think they make the law very strong, because you have objective, clear findings that support the law, and they are part of the ordinance. They're just not part of the code that goes out. So this, I think, is a really fine example of the kinds of things that could be done that would be very beneficial is in any review of the Brentwood Municipal Code. As far as the topic matter, I don't think I need to convince anybody on City Council of what they're doing tonight. I think it's pretty clear where everybody is at. One thing I would caution is any language related to drug paraphernalia, I think isn't really necessitated by this law. They're already banning vape pens, and it does say regardless of what's in the cartridge. So we do have, for cannabis, we have a fairly comprehensive ban on all things cannabis related. And, there's, I think it's okay to say it in regards to a tobacco license. You can't be selling this stuff, of course, but it's banned. So I don't think that there's any real necessity. And we do have, one carve out for accessories for people that need them for medicinal dosing. And I think that's probably fine. So I would keep it on tobacco and tobacco licensing, just to prevent any kind of legal difficulties we might get into where a person, the tobacco law is pretty well set, and tobacco is a product that it's hard to argue has any medicinal benefit, or it is extremely harmful. Whereas if you get into something like cannabis, there are different attitudes out there. So I would just keep it on tobacco. But other than that, I think it's great what you're doing, and I really support it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I was going to come in person, but took a long time to get my dog home. I support a well-written TRL to be precise in the definition of retail space. Also to be very specific to look at the space between the sale of said products and youth activities. Definitely a minimum pack size and taking a look at a minimum price. Absolutely no coupons, and I agree with the suspension of licenses and increasing escalation that could lead to revocation of said license. This will allow businesses to also be able to pivot away from tobacco to make up for whatever income tobacco gave. They can find some other products that they can sell that won't harm the youth of our city. I definitely agree with not finding employees, but the owners. The employees are just doing the job, and the owners are the ones reaping the benefits. I also would like to really ask that we continue the training of effects of these tobacco products on lungs and heart to young people. Like the young man from Heritage said, these kids think that it's really easy to quit vaping. They don't really care like about the smell, because if you've talked to any kids that are in junior high or high school, a lot of the girls and boys, they carry colognes that they spray very liberally in the bathroom to mask that smell. The teachers are not fooled because it smells like vape plus X, which is delicious. They really do need to have very strong education on what this particular product does to your hearts and does to your lungs, and that it is as addictive, if not more addictive, than regular cigarettes or cigars. So that's my 2 cents for today. Retailers can always find other products to sell that are profitable and not damaging our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Myra. Myra, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Myra Lopez. I'm the Tobacco Prevention Program Manager with Contra Costa Health. Thank you for convening this special meeting tonight to have this very important discussion. The Tobacco Prevention Program has been working with city staff and Brentwood PD to develop and enforce a lasting strategy to reduce the impact of tobacco. Research has found that stores where youth are most likely to shop contain up to twice as much shelf space dedicated to 3 of the most popular brands among youth. Proximity to schools plays a significant role in youth initiation and contributes to ongoing use. A tobacco retail license is an evidence-based way to reduce tobacco use, and it is an effective tool to substantially reduce the density, the type, and location of retailers. It's a regulatory tool that can be used to maintain a list of tobacco and vape retailers and help ensure that the number, location, and density doesn't change without the city knowing about it. Email and mail communication to retailers can also be provided to ensure that they have the resources and education needed to be informed about ongoing changes to the law. Having a yearly fee will generate revenue to help Brentwood cover the cost of inspections and enforcement, as has been mentioned before, and also ensure that the laws are abided by, state, local, and federal. According to a study by UCLA Center for Health Policy and Research, in California, localities that had a strong retail license had a 33% less likelihood of youth initiating cigarette use and a 26% less likelihood to initiate cigarette or vape e-cigarette or vape e-use over the course of a year and a half compared to localities that had no licensing at all. The other significant benefit is the ability to allow license suspensions and revocation. Just as we have in unincorporated, we have held suspension hearings and issued a 21-day suspension to retailers that were found selling flavored tobacco and selling to minors. Selling tobacco, a product that is, if used as directed, will addict and kill its consumers, should be a privilege and not a right. A strong TRL policy would allow for the suspension and/or revocation of a store's license for violating any of the tobacco laws, including selling to underage youth. And from our firsthand experience in doing inspections last month in March, we got a better sense of what is being sold here in Brentwood. We saw the sale of popular flavored tobacco products, disposable flavors, disposable vaping products like peach berry, candy, watermelon, vanilla custard with high levels of nicotine content. Additionally, we saw the sale of other small cigarillos as cheap as 2 for $1.29 at all of the stores that we visited, and the sale of cannabis products, all of which were confiscated on site by the CDTFA inspectors, as tobacco retailers are not allowed to retail cannabis and only allowed to sell tobacco. As of January 1st, all cannabis products must contain the triangle symbol with the cannabis leaf inside to show consumers what the product contains. It's an easy way for retailers, enforcers, and consumers to know what is a cannabis product. I look forward to continue to work with city staff, Brentwood, and other partner organizations to provide resources and education to support the city as it considers implementing a new tobacco policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised and no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment and move into council discussion.
I have a suggestion. There's a lot of points that we have to go through. Do you think we should go through each one, and if 3 of us agree with it, we move forward? Or unless you want to have a discussion independent of, because I think there's a lot of things we have to decide on.
I think I appreciate your idea, but I think that on different ones of these, there may be significant differences.
I think we discuss each one at a time, unless you want like me to go through all the ones. I mean, I want to go through all of them. So do you want me to go through all of them and then the next person to go through all of
If
them?
we could just do one at a time?
That's what yeah.
And each comment on one at a time. Yes, I think that's a great idea. So who would like to start?
So are we going to go down line by line and then discuss?
Yes, Katie.
Yes.
So, go ahead, Alexis.
Katie bravely volunteered to go through the spreadsheet for me, but if you don't have direct questions for me and you just want to give us direction, I can certainly call up the spreadsheet on my computer and just fill it out as we go. I don't want to make Katie do it if it's not necessary.
We were trying to leave Alexis and Annie available to answer questions you might have, and that's hard to do and keep track of the input you're giving. So if you think there's clear consensus, I'm happy to hand this over to Alexis. If you think there might be areas that you'd like to stop and talk to her and Annie about, then I'll keep the scribe duties so that she can be thinking critically about the questions you're asking her.
Thank you. If you could be the scribe, that would be fantastic. Yes. Councilman Orleman.
Hi.
I'm sorry. Are we able to pull up the list?
Margaret's putting the screen up right now.
Oh, great. Thank you.
So to start off with, I want to start with, I'm 100% on board with creating a tobacco retail licensing ordinance here in Brentwood. I truly believe the schools and our parents need help in preventing or keeping tobacco products away from our kids. I am a little concerned about some of the distances, and the regulations within what I was reading today. So before I get into number one, I just want to talk about a couple other items that aren't specifically in the graphs. Bringing in, if we as a council are looking at bringing in retail into the city of Brentwood, retail of any kind, and just an example, I know this isn't true, so don't get excited and scream at me, but let's say Costco wanted to sell cigarettes. And where they were looking at putting Costco was within 1,000 feet of a park. Are we prepared to tell Costco, sorry, we're not interested? Is that something we're looking to do. The other part to the same question or to the same comment is we're not only turning that business away, but we've done a lot of work. The city of Brentwood has done a lot of work at recruiting businesses to come to Brentwood. And some of those businesses currently sell tobacco products. With the regulations or with the restrictions that some of the recommendations from LUD, almost all of those businesses would be in jeopardy. And now I'm kind of uncomfortable turning our backs on small businesses that we've recruited to come to Brentwood. The definitions or the reasoning behind making, and I'm trying to remember how it's, because it's youth-oriented facilities. The parks, I mean, Brentwood has 100 parks in the city of Brentwood. It's going to keep a lot of retailers out. A lot of those retailers are clustered within the city of Brentwood because those are the business districts we allow those businesses to get licenses in. And then if we make them be 1,000 feet away from each other, it's going to put that much more strain on those small businesses that we've asked to cover, that we've recruited to come to Brentwood. I am 100%, I want this to pass. I want the TRL to exist. I'm just a little concerned about the distances, the definitions of youth-oriented facilities versus schools. When we as a council originally looked at this, when I originally looked at it as a council member, I know Councilmember Myers and Mayor and Jovita, you saw it well before I got on council, the initial parts of this. But since I've been on council, it's been keeping the tobacco products out of our youth, out of the hands of our youth, and protecting our youth. That's what a majority of the callers were talking about today. And I completely understand that, keeping it away from the schools, keeping it away from other areas like the libraries, the public libraries, but there's 100 parks in Brentwood. We're going to keep it 1,000 feet away from every single park in Brentwood. We're essentially going to create our own ban on tobacco products in Brentwood. I'm not sure that I'm ready to do that because there are adults that moved to Brentwood along with businesses that came to Brentwood when the law existed that they could not only purchase tobacco products here in the city of Brentwood legally, use a legal product within the city of Brentwood, but for the businesses, they could legally sell those products here in Brentwood. And I have a hard time changing those rules for citizens, for the 65,000 people that came here. I'm 100% in agreement. We need to take care of our youth, but we also have to take care of the businesses, the small businesses, and our adults that currently use a lot of these products. And I'm not 100% sure I have all the answers, but I may have one or two that won't hurt. So I just wanted to make those comments before we got started on just running through a list of items.
Okay, so if we could now, if we're ready to go through each item. Item number 1, the implementing a local tobacco retail license system. Yes.
I would like to add the part about the revocation of after 3 violations. Unless there was a legal reason why staff didn't have that under, unless you have it somewhere else or it's.
It's there under LUD recommendation. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm working within your staff recommendations. So if there's something, so I'm using your recommendations as my guideline. And then if there's something I thought was missing.
She said that's what I thought. I did the same thing you did, and then she just verified that the recommendations came before the LUD. So you should, your North Star should probably be
We can
LUD.
hide that column if that would be less.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So the order of operations
you.
here was, this table was brought to LUD without the council column, right? So it was just staff's recommendation. And then during the LUD meeting, we added your recommendations, and that's what's being brought to council tonight. So the staff recommendation was before the LUD meeting. It was the recommendation to LUD. So we
Okay.
can hide that or just,
No, it's fine. It's okay. Okay, then I'm fine with that recommendation on, number 1.
So on number 1, I mean, I think it's the big question, do we want a TRL? It's the number 1 question. So implementing a local tobacco retail license, I would say absolutely. Other cities are doing it and they prove effective for several reasons, not only for our youth, but overall health and wellness. I'm always thankful that when we have a difference of opinions up here. So Councilmember Orlemans, thank you for your perspective. I do have to say that the whole point of a TRL is not to eliminate or affect, to get rid of certain businesses coming or currently here, but it's to enforce regulations that are for the safety and health and welfare. One of the things with both Councilmember Mendoza and I being on the school interagency committee that we're hearing there, and just as a general parent to a high schooler, our bathrooms have become smoke hubs. They're not bathrooms anymore. And many of the schools are actually closing bathrooms or creating spaces in time. It's not like when we used to do, if you had to go to the bathroom in high school, you just went to the bathroom, you got a pass and you can go. Nowadays, they're so regulated and our schools are not able to actually educate if they're spending their time to police bathrooms to stop kids from smoking. So, that's one of the main reasons why. The other thing that I want to clearly, and I'm so grateful for all of the community partners who called in today, because I want to be real. The map showed you where the majority of all of the smoking retailers are. It is in our area that any of us, we may not want to say it on the dais, but I don't care, I'll say it. It's in our area where there's a lower social economic class and also where there's a high population of people of color. And so I am deeply concerned that most of the retailers have gone over there. It's in that location, have been in areas that affect populations of people who don't. If you look at it juxtaposed to District 3, 'cause it's mostly in my district, you don't see as many retailers. So I do think that enforcement and regulation is necessary. It's just how we do it. And of course, we don't sit here on the dais to just eradicate and get rid of businesses because a lot of people are doing a living wage. But one of the things that stood out to me prior to LUD meeting, when I met with some of the people from the county and people like Clay and other people, was that the county is constantly doing enforcements, and you should hear the numbers of locations. Councilmember Mendoza knows. You should hear the number of people who are in violation of just state law. Just state law, yeah. And it's constant, and it keeps happening, and there's nothing being done or no changes. So I think it's necessary. One of the things that I really appreciate that stood out to me was, especially after hearing Attorney General Bonta speak at the League of California Cities meeting that I went to a few weeks ago, when we talk about Prop 47 and we talk about criminalization of amounts at a certain rate. So we're talking about at the $950 amount. We go from misdemeanor to felonies. I also don't want to sit here on this dais to create systems where we support systems that oppress people. So it would be nice, one, to when we talk about violations, I agree that with our recommendations at LUD that it should be 3 violations, but I do like the, instead of just doing a fine system, I do like the idea of, I think somebody suggested that it's a suspension for 30 days, then a suspension of another time versus just these exorbitant amount of fines. Some people don't care if you sell tobacco, they make a substantial amount of money like alcohol sales. But I think if you can stop someone from selling, and I'll tell you this, back in the 80s, my aunt and uncle owned a store in Oakland. They were, at the time, there weren't really no tobacco regulations. And so you can come in and buy a single cigarette. And when my uncle and aunt, because their landlord was a religious organization, stopped tobacco sales, they had to close their doors. So ceasing the sale of tobacco or alcohol would completely shut down, can completely shut down a business, especially if they are not compliant with our local regulations. So I would keep the 3 violations and get rid of, but I would include language in item 1 to say that after, the first violation, 30 days, or model it after some other organization, or would actually ask staff to go back to people like Myra Lopez. I think it was Mr. Davis, who has a wonderful last name. I have to say, Mr. Davis is one after my own. And I think there was our first caller in who, with Blythe. Yes, Blythe. I would say to go to those three organizations to figure out the spacing for suspensions would be my suggestion. But to do that rather than have exorbitant amount of fines and fees that are not consistent with other ones. The other thing is that we talked about 3 compliance checks. We did have someone from the police department who said that that is a lot. It would be difficult. I really like what you said, Alexis, that you juxtaposed it very well. You said about robust enforcement. So I think we do need to have robust, and I don't think with just one compliance check that was originally in the staff report is enough. So if council is, the 3 we thought was a happy dance when we were on LUD, but I would say at a minimum 2 compliance checks with 1 decoy, then that would be where I would lean on, especially since we have people who have called in and said we can actually farm out that enforcement. And I would love to find out if we can, what the cost looks like for that versus using an overworked department right now. It'd be nice to figure out how we can farm that out. It may be cheaper to farm it out. Now, this is not me saying to any staff that we need to fire staff, because last time I said, can we just find out the cost? People thought I was trying to say fire. I don't want anybody to get fired. I think everybody does a great job. But I would like to find out what the cost is for us, because everything is a cost. Even when staff do things, it's a cost. So I'd like to find out. And if we can do more enforcement by farming it out to an outside organization, then that seems to be, that it would make sense to me.
I think that Blythe with the American Heart Association and Brian with the LGBTQ plus minus tobacco said they help with those things. So I think we could leverage their help. So you don't want any fine? Because I want a fine.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I just said no absorbent fines.
Yeah, okay.
Not, at first we were talking about these high fines, but
yeah.
I really appreciate the public comment about what can happen to criminalization if the fines are high. And I also think whoever the speaker was, I think it was maybe Mr. Davis, the comment about it going to the owner versus the
Yes.
clerk. I like the idea of the owner getting that versus, somebody else.
No.
So before, since we're just beginning, before we have everyone speak, there's also the question in item 1 on how to use those fees and how those fees should be spent. So if you could speak on that.
Yeah, we
as well.
talked about this during LUD, and one of our suggestions was that we have to be careful, the fees that for the licensing, we can't spend those for educational purposes, but I wholeheartedly think that we should use the fees in recovery from the infractions for educational purposes. And that one I kind of, I would lean on city staff to figure out what type of educational opportunities we're providing. I do like the idea that Carolina Vidlaseca brought up, that we do it for youth and youth enrichment programs. But I think any type of educational, even if it was to education for staff on things to look out for, or if we need additional information on education on like decoys or how enforcement should be, or education for the business owners who may not even really understand fully that they're in violation, I think those type of opportunities would be good.
And when it comes to the suspension, we see it with alcohol, right? You'll walk into a store and there's no alcohol on the shelf, and it's because they sold to a minor. So do we want to come up with a first infraction, 30 days, second infraction, 60 days? I mean, by the third one, you're going to lose your license anyway, right?
Right. Well,
Is
so
that part of that?
yeah, so if I could clarify, the model ordinance does have timeframes suggested between infractions. So the number of violations before revocation, what I understood Lud to say was 3 strikes, then you're out, not 2, then you're out, right, on the 3rd. So we would just need clarity on that. So on the 3rd violation, is it revoked, or after the 3rd
I would
violation?
say like I go in and you break a law the 3rd time, I pull
Then
your
it's
license then and
revoked.
there at the 3rd
Okay.
time.
So not on the 4th violation?
No.
So the, Model TRL recommends 30 days for the first violation, with 90 days for the second violation, within a 5-year period. And then,
Okay, I think we talked about, I would say within a 1-year period, right? Like if you do, does that matter?
so the 5-year period's actually more restrictive.
Okay, let's do that.
That's
Yeah,
what we
I get
talked
that.
about, because then the clock resets after a year and you get another chance the next year to have a violation potentially.
Okay, got it.
So the 5-year period is actually more restrictive.
Thank you.
So the model TRL has those suggestions. It's the number that would be different than the model TRL. They recommend 5, and you're recommending the third violation be the last. Right now, it still needs to be discussed by council. The model TRL also contains provisions that the employees cannot be fined. So that's already in the model TRL. That youth purchasers would not be fined as a result of this ordinance. Again, the idea of equity and not criminalizing this behavior is very much embedded in the TRL. It's very much focused on the business owner and operators and the sellers, not the employees or the youth underage customers. Violations of this ordinance, I also wanted to clarify, they're violations in the municipal code, so they are administrative fines. They are not criminal penalties. That's a whole separate section of the law and the code. These would be my violations of the municipal code.
And if I can just chime in there, we do have that provision whereby the city attorney can choose to charge something as a misdemeanor. So we could clarify that that would not be the case if you wished that language to be included for these violations. So for the public, what you had said was, do you want to make it a criminal violation after the second act, right? Or third, well, third you've said is revocation, so that's already out. I would just say that after the second act, you might have 2 different clerks, right? The first one, it was just a fine. The second one, now you're saying would be a criminal?
No, we're not saying the clerk is the one getting in trouble. It's the owner, right? It's not the clerks. It's the person who owns the store that we would go after.
I'll let you discuss that with your counsel.
So, I mean, having been in retail while in high school, the clerk standing behind the counter can be told 1,000,000 times by his boss, check IDs, don't sell to minors. But that kid that's in high school and has one of his buddies walk in the door and sells, and now I get it, the owner is responsible for the business, but now the owner says, okay, no more kids at my register, and he forgets to check once, and now we're gonna automatically take it. I mean, there could be the case where, although the owner is trying with all good intent not to sell tobacco products to juveniles, he cannot control unless he's standing at that register all day, every day.
But that
I
already
think
happens with
there's
alcohol, right?
in the model,
Does it happen with alcohol?
happens with everything.
So yeah, that's why I was wondering. I see it the same as alcohol. Do you see it different than alcohol?
No, not at all.
But with alcohol, the shop owner is responsible, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
but that's a state law through ABC, not a city municipal code through the city of Brentwood. So the model, the model TRL has it listed out for all 4. I have no problems making this more strict than what than the model says. I don't. I just think we have to be realistic as to who's standing behind that counter, and unless it's the owner of that business, not every time. He gets kind of a break maybe once, but from then on, we're gonna take full action. It seems like a very harsh punishment, automatically third done. You're gonna go get fined in a municipal code and a misdemeanor crime because you had a 16-year-old or a 20-year-old or an 18-year-old standing behind that counter one day who sold to one of his friends.
A couple of things, Councilman Ehrlichman's a 16 or 18-year-old, they can't sell tobacco. So I don't think they're of the age to sell it, but Maybe it would have business owners make better decisions about hiring practices and who they employ sitting at the counter. Because I mean, in my law firm, I can have like I can have a 14-year-old or 15-year-old sit at my front desk and answer the phones, and I'm legally responsible. I can get my license taken if someone gives legal advice or they do something, and that falls back on me. It doesn't fall on that minor, nor would I put it on them, because at the end of the day, if it's my business, it's my license, it's my responsibility. So I hear you, but from another perspective, I also, from a different perspective, being that youth there, I've worked for people who have made me or tried to make me do things to violate my integrity or what I thought was not right. And some people do things because of scarcity. I had the option because I had a parent who was able to take care of me to say no and leave a job. There are some people in places of employment who don't have those options. I've had students who worked in organizations who were not legal immigrants, and they were forced to do things that were not legal. They were forced to stay in places because they didn't have other opportunities. So I would wholeheartedly hold a business owner more responsible for who they hire than I would hold a person who's working at a front table. And I mean, I hear you. Sometimes as a business owner, I've told the person on the phone every single time, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. But what do I do when they keep doing it? I fire them. Easy.
And in this case, on the second instance, you're losing your license, so we don't worry about firing them because you're not going to have your shop anymore. Okay.
Thank you. I have to say, going through all these items, there's not a lot that I argue with, so I'm not going to I don't think the need to get into these major discussions for every item. Some of them are very clearly more significant and have more impact on what we're doing as a whole. But on some of the minor ones, I'm not going to spend a lot of time going back and forth. I will say, I definitely support a TRL. I think other cities, the callers that we had calling in, the community members that have reached out. We had a college student that emailed us a couple of weeks ago that was asking for basically exactly what we're doing tonight, not realizing it was going to be on an agenda, and said that his younger sister was becoming addicted and was able to find these products within the city and vape at home and vape at school and all that. So I know our community is incredibly connected to this issue, and really, I believe they're looking for us to make a pretty strict decision so that we can have real impact, because clearly we have a problem in Brentwood, and we need to make sure that we're all very, very clearly acknowledging that. So I do 100% support the TRL. I think my question would be, are we talking about now fines and the time?
So the model TRL has those two pieces. So there's fines for violations, and then there's a revocation procedure also. So the fines are related to the first and the second violation, let's say, and then the revocation is related to the number of violations you have.
But are we also talking about a closure of business in addition to the fines?
So it depends on the nature of the business. So if they are solely a smoke shop and they have their TRL revoked, that could result in them no longer being able to operate the entire business, right? Because that's their only business. If they are a convenience store and that's only 5% of their business and their TRL was revoked, conceivably that would not necessitate them closing their business down. So it just depends on the nature of the business that has the TRL.
And if we are saying with your first offense, you are going to pay whatever it is, $500, whatever, and a closure for 30 days? That's what I'm talking about.
So again, if that's the only product you sell, you may not have an option but just to cease operations for 30 days. If you also sell cell phones or something else in your smoke shop, sometimes they sell other things, then maybe that doesn't result in a closure. It just really depends on the nature of their business.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that.
And if I may, apologies, this is Annie. I just wanted to jump in and say there would be an appeal process for a suspension or revocation as well. So that's sort of an extra level of protection if a business owner felt that the revocation or the suspension was unfair. They would be able to at least have a platform to bring their argument. I don't think we noted that here, but there would be an appeal process built into the ordinance.
Thank you, Annie. I really appreciate that. So I will weigh in, as usual, in the precursor to the conversation. With staff, all of my questions were covered by my fellow council members, and so thank you for those answers. But also, yes, absolutely, I believe we absolutely essentially must have a TRL. And for lots of reasons, and I don't want to go into a whole lot, but the behavioral issues that are connected to any kind of addiction, but especially minors that are addicted to nicotine, there's more and more information and studies showing that, and these aren't just having bad attitudes or being depressed. It has led to the ultimate decisions, unfortunately, in our communities. And as a parent and as someone who works with families during that time, we have to do everything that we can to give our families as many tools as they can. I really appreciated what what Zane said when he called in about the developmental ability of the decision-making process of young people. Young people make bad decisions, and we need to give them a structure, at least the community and their families, a structure to protect them as much as we can from those bad decisions within reason and within the law. And so, yes, absolutely, I'm in favor of the TRL.
I don't want to go away from Councilmember Orleman's question about like, what do we do if we have, and I don't want to say a name of a retailer, but we've approved some big name retailers. What do we do if they were selling tobacco? Do they go away? What happens? So I'd propose that question for the council or for staff. His question was a good question, and I think it's one that deserves an answer.
I think most retailers are going away from selling tobacco. You can go ahead.
I'll defer to Alexis, but I think as Councilmember Orlemans indicated, Costco is no longer selling tobacco products. How the council wants to address any existing or incoming businesses that did wish to offer tobacco sales would be a policy direction that staff would be looking to you to dictate. So Alexis had given those 3 options. Alexis, I'll hand it to you.
No, I think that answered my question. Thank you.
So they can, I guess we
So
can,
we have the cap at 40. So we have the cap at 42.
well, we're going to get, because I have a question about that.
Okay.
We'll get to that.
I wonder if you could help me fill in this first column here, because I know you have a lot to discuss. So you've said, what I hear a consensus saying is that, yes, you want to implement a local TRL, which includes a system of how many compliance checks per year? 2? Am I seeing 3 votes for 2? 2 compliance checks per year. Does that include the decoy check or of fines at the highest level allowed by law? Or do you want to set a particular dollar figure? Yes. And yes, we should clarify revocation on the 3rd violation within 5 years. Okay, within 5-year period. And up here, a system of 2 compliance checks plus 1 decoy within each 12-month period. Right.
Which wasn't added was the staggered suspension. 30 days. I think one was, I don't know if you guys said 60 or 90, but 30 days. 90 days. I'd prefer to go consistent with what's in the model TRL. So if it's 30 days, 90 days, and then
Yeah, so I think we could just indicate consistent with the timelines in the model ordinance, which is 30 and 90 days.
Yeah. And that would be for the first 2, because the model has 5, so it would just be the first 2.
Correct.
Thank you.
Is there anything else we're missing here, Alexis?
I don't believe so. There's some overlap with some of the the columns below, the rows below.
Does this look right to the majority of the council? Right, okay. We're ready to hear your further direction.
Okay, so do we want to take each one of these items and then move the whole body at one time at the end, or each one
I
individually?
think she's asking if the majority of the council agrees with it, then we can go to each
Yes.
line if the majority.
If that
and
works
then
for you,
we can go
Mr.
to-
Mayor, and the
Yes.
council, then
That's-
that's fine.
Okay, so since there was a consensus of the majority, we'll move into item 2.
And item 2 is just straightforward. It's consistent with state law, so I don't know why we would want to not go along with state law.
This one was discouraging because the woman from Contra Costa said they just found a ton of it in our own city. Knowing that we're looking at this, the retailers chose to continue bad behavior.
Well, in
So-
addition to the fact that it's already addressed at the state level. So that's very frustrating and discouraging. Is
So I-
there, yes, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I think we were going to ask the same question if there's at least 3.
Yes. 3 in agreement for the flavored tobacco? Yes. Okay, item 3.
I would say
Sorry.
yes, and I know someone said paraphernalia, but tobacco's vaped, so, and majority of tobacco smoking is not from old ciggy. It's from a vaping product, so I would say yes to this as well.
Is there any benefit to mentioning that we don't want our retailers to sell online?
Can control online, like, I don't.
Because if they're selling from Brentwood, I mean, I'm just trying to get around the fact that you can easily buy these things online now. But if we close up our retailers, then they're just going to shop online. But if one of our retailers is in turn selling online,
But how can we control interstate commerce and then?
Within the
on
city, I
On the
mean.
well, yeah, but that's hard to, how do you enforce that? That's so hard to enforce, and it would take us into a whole nother enforcement that I would not get in the weeds in that one. It just, yeah.
all right.
I mean, I think about Cocoa Farms, their biggest customers are Brentwood customers. We can't do anything about it, right?
They go there to purchase, so, or order, or the delivery, that's true.
I think I remember Annie saying that it just says retail sales prohibited if it's in the city limits, so that's whether it's online or not. So we could certainly make sure that's clear in the ordinance, and if there's a violation, we hear they're doing online sales from within a Brentwood business, then I think we can enforce that.
Well, the issue is you can have a Brentwood resident who goes from, they can be in Antioch on a computer, and this is no jab at Antioch. They can be in Oakley, they can be anywhere on a computer and ship it to their house. Was the sale in Antioch or Brentwood? So regulating that and policing it, to me, just seems like an overreaching and overbroad when we can just keep the simple language that it's sales that's happening in the city, as you said, that's in the ordinance, to me would be good enough than really going in the weeds, because that would, to manage that and figure out, well, where were you seated is a whole nother level of detective work that.
And the other thing is, the number one reason is because we don't want kids buying it, right? So I don't know, when they deliver it to your house, is it like alcohol? I always have to sign for my stuff. Like alcohol, I would assume it'd be the same for, do you have to sign at the door? Like UPS,
I'm actually,
FedEx?
I actually don't know. I'm not familiar with
So I think
tobacco
for a
deliveries.
kid-
You most likely have to.
Yeah,
but-
for a kid, it's gonna be harder to order online anyway. Like the adults are gonna do what they're gonna do. My biggest thing with this is what's happening with our youth in the city.
And I totally agree with that. I was just trying to figure out if there was a way to somehow, regulate for the local people selling locally. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Enforcement would be
If
too hard.
if I could flag, sorry, Vice Mayor, in the model ordinance, if that is council's wish to not regulate or affect, online sales, the definition in the model ordinance simply says tobacco retailer means any person who sells, offers for sale, or exchanges or offers to exchange for any form of consideration tobacco products. So it doesn't specifically reference a physical location where that, it's pretty broad. So you may want to modify that definition from, a physical location or to differentiate between that and any online sales. Because right now it's very broad and you could interpret that to be any form of sale, whether it's electronic or in person. Just.
And I'm gonna ask you a question about that. If there's kids selling to kids, I don't like that. I want it to be a retailer or anyone over 21 who's selling.
Correct. Yeah, and so those are the only folks that would apply for a license, right? Because it applies to the businesses, but this definition is fairly broad. So a tobacco retailer means any person, doesn't say any business or any location. So if you want to direct us to work with outside counsel to make it clear that it's a sales transaction, not two teenagers selling, individual cigarettes to each other, that's a whole nother section of state law, right?
What do you guys feel about
We can certainly refine this definition to be more precise if that's what council wishes.
I think your concern about kids selling to kids is valid, and I think we should get the clear language in there to make sure that's not
Yeah, it's just
criminalized.
like the clerk shouldn't get in trouble.
Not criminalized anyway. This is at municipal level, so we keep saying criminalized. This is not penal code.
Regardless, I think we should be clear about the language and not include kids selling to kids.
So what I would recommend is just we work with outside counsel to make it clear that a tobacco retailer is a physical presence in a business place, right? So it's not people selling cigarettes to each other in private or what have you. This license only applies to businesses. There are other aspects of the state law that regulate how people do or don't sell or consume tobacco. So if you want to give us that direction, I don't want to come up with it tonight because I would like to work with outside counsel to get something a little more precise.
I like that idea.
Is there consensus with council on that? Okay.
And could we just get clarification? Is there a vote from 3 of you to prohibit vaping product sales as well? That's the topic of this one.
Yes. Item 4. Maximum distance between tobacco retailers and schools. That is allowed by law.
So this one came up, I know this is a concern for many people, but I want to go back to what Lev recommended. It was 1,000 feet separation and no renewal. It wasn't saying that the 1,000 feet separation and you're just done with. It's just saying you don't renew after 1 year of business if you're not compliant. So the key component here is the lack of compliance, not the distance.
I guess I'm confused. So, but not compliant would be, it's not compliant if you're within 1,000 feet of a school. So then you lose your license, right?
So, and the way I'm reading it, if you're within 1,000 feet of a school, you're not in compliance. And if you're within 1,000 feet of another
Most of them by.
retailer, you're not in compliance. And I can think of within 1,000 feet of here, 4 retailers that are going to be affected by that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to have to decide whether, if any of them make it out of the Liberty area, if they're 1,000 feet away from another business, or go into the lottery of which business are we going to keep. I think 1,000 feet's a long way.
If I could just, Alexis, the overlay, the slide that shows us what that actually looks like would be helpful if we could see that.
Could share my screen. So this is a radius map of a sample of 300, 500, and 1,000 based on just the Liberty High School parcel. Just as an example, since we're all downtown, we can kind of visualize where these lines fall in our downtown.
I think you're the one with the color dots. Yeah.
Well, no. This is the one that I was asking for because it gives us an idea of exactly how many blocks, what kind of distance is, and now that we've seen this particular one, there's no way to overlay both images to show where the little dots are, but
I'm sorry, I don't have that prepared, and
that's okay. No, this does
this is
what
the
I was
limit of
hoping.
my GIS skills. I apologize.
Yeah, 1,000 feet is
Yeah, pull up the other one and
Slowly.
zoom in on Liberty.
Eligible. So the 1,000 feet from Liberty goes all the way to Brentwood Boulevard to the north, and to the south. So pretty much these purple dots would be eliminated. Let's look at, sorry, I have so many windows open.
And when you say eliminated, they wouldn't be eliminated, they would be eliminated from tobacco sales. So they may still be operating as a
Yes,
business.
I'm sorry,
but-
they would be eliminated from the ability to apply for a TRL based
TRL,
on the
right.
standard. So I'm sorry, that is a severe word. They
With
would
the
not be
one-year grace
able.
period,
And we
right?
said in 1 year, right? So they could
Yeah.
sell through their
Yes.
inventory.
Same question.
Yeah.
Yes. This one here may also be within that 1,000 feet, but
I make a recommendation. I don't like the idea of a lottery. It just seems like I'd be sitting around looking for a Willy Wonka gold wrapper. And that just seems weird to me. I like the idea that you brought up, Alexis, of the scorecards. And I think it gives us a real way to articulate a competitive process with a maximum number, rather than just this random put your hand in a bag lottery system. And when I talk about scorecard, I looked at what you said and thought, in a competitive process, if we have that they're following the current policies in place to maintain compliance, what's the community benefit overall? I like that idea. And then the number of violations or lack thereof in a scorecard component, we can do some form of matrix. It seems like that would be a better approach to me. And if we put a maximum number of businesses that will continue to have their license in place, I would prefer that versus the lottery system.
Would we then in turn give any additional points, if you will, to someone whose business would, like, they would lose their business entirely? Do you know what I mean? Or if they're locally owned, or if they're a franchise, I mean, there's a lot of, I'm not arguing what you're saying. I'm saying there's a lot of things that would feed into this.
And I have another question about this. Like, if we're going to get rid of all those ones in pink, which I'm fine with, because they're near parks or schools or youth centers, are we saying the max is 42? So you know what's going to happen is we're going to have 42 licenses, and then they're going to inundate another part of town. So are we saying maximum of 42? Are we saying we get rid of these? I think we need to think about that, because if the maximum is 42, you're just going to move them somewhere else. And is that what we want?
So, I don't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So and I understand what you're saying, if we're going to limit the 42, are we just moving the 42 we currently have to different parts of Brentwood? The other option would be and we don't have to run through a lottery system, is grandfather the current businesses to keep their licenses for the restrictions of distance from school or distance from each other. Let that grandfather in, last a lot longer than a year, then we're not beating up the businesses we currently have that we've actually recruited and asked to come to Brentwood. And we're not worrying about our 42 licenses going to other parts of Brentwood. By the way, I did a real quick count. There's 13 in your district, 13 in my district, and 5 in the other districts that are going to be affected. So it's not that it's spread out to one side of town. This could cause it to spread all the way across town, which, I don't know, might not be a bad thing.
I want to be careful. I'm hearing you say that we asked these businesses to come. I don't know that that's true, that we've asked all of these businesses to come, but
I'm not saying that at all, but I mean, we're actively recruiting businesses every day to come to Brentwood. Did we actively recruit Quick Stop or Chevron or anybody else? No, we didn't, but they're paying revenue into our tax base right now, and we know what they can do, and we know what their business is, and we know how they do business. When this license gets revoked and then we issue it to someone else, we may not know how they're going to do business.
we also know that they're violating, though. Several of them are, based on what came before us in Ludd from the county. And when my meetings with the county, several of them in this area that you're speaking of have violated state law. And if this ordinance was in place, like they're violating and selling to minors. So, I mean, but I just wanted to say, like, we didn't actively recruit the current people. I hear what you're saying. We're actively recruiting new people. And hopefully, because we've had a ban, we're actively recruiting people who don't sell tobacco, so we don't increase the number. But the grandfathering, to me, I'd like to maybe figure out when you say how long, if you're thinking more than a year, what timeframe are you thinking? Longer than a year? But I'm really don't like the idea of the grandfathering. I do like the cap and windows better. Just because of the idea of grandfathering just gives in perpetuity someone the opportunity to just keep violent. I mean, if they can figure out we're only coming two times for regulations. And if you're good enough, you may figure it out. So the grandfathering, somebody can continue to violate and we may not catch it. It makes me a little bit more nervous than trying to reduce the number of retailers. And then with the 42, to answer your question, I would keep it at the 42. And if they move to a park that's 1,000 feet away, then, and they're following our ordinances, then I don't have a problem with people operating their business and selling their tobacco there. This is not a attack on businesses who sell the tobacco. It's just keeping it away from our kids. So if they did move around town and they were 1,000 feet away, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But I would actually say that when we talk about movement, the movement should be there. This is where I would say the grandfathering idea comes into it. When we talk about movement, if a business is having to shut down and they need to move, that they get the first opportunity to a license out of the 42, rather than a new business, like you're saying, a new business coming that we have no idea about. We don't know what they'll do. I would probably offer it up to an older business who's been here, who says, oh, I'm right here across the street from Liberty. Now I have to move. Let me move over here in District 1 on yada yada street that's more than 1,000 feet away. And I should get the first opportunity because you took away my spot in the 42 space. I should be the first one to get to get it.
And if you look at the map, I mean, 1,000 feet around schools, there's very few options now, right? So, I mean, if we want to keep it at 42, that's fine. There's not that many more options, especially with the new Montañez coming in. So what, I just want to clarify, what we're saying is the pink ones go away in a year. We're giving them a chance to sell through the inventory, is what we discussed. Is that something we're okay with or not okay with? You're not. Susanna, how do you feel about it?
No, I'm okay with it. Sorry. I'm okay with it. I remember when we first heard about the number that we had in the city of Brentwood, and I was absolutely shocked. And I'm sorry to see the impact on some of the smaller mom and pop owned, but we have to take a stand because clearly nothing is working so far.
How do you feel about it?
I don't like the idea of the youth-oriented facilities. I don't like the idea of the parks. I do have to say that. We do have a crap ton of parks. And wait, I'm off on. I like the idea of the schools. We talked about that when we talked about the CUPs, but the parks, to me, it's a park on every block in Brentwood. We have the most parks. It's just it's not the parks are ridiculous, but 1,000 feet from the parks would literally be all of Brentwood. And so I think I would not like the parks to be included in youth-oriented facilities. Also, I think the target audience are the middle school age and high school. Our parks right now, that's not the youth that's sitting at the parks on a regular basis. But you might want to include City Hall because high schoolers are right here all the time. So, but not right. But I don't know. Anyway,
do you want to do maybe? So, I see a lot of kids at the park by Willie's playing basketball late into the night because they have lights. I don't know about the other. I don't know about the other basketball courts. What?
That would be heritage, so it'd be within the 1,000
Yeah,
feet.
but my question is, do we want to make like a smaller circumference around a park, or you just want to not include parks at all?
My vote would be to take parks out only because we have
Okay.
I keep asking about, we have 168 parks. That, I mean, and then are we talking about dog parks? Are we talking about, so if,
Okay, so
yeah, it's just crazy.
So I think this round, I mean, and then if we think there's still a problem after that, then that's a different discussion later on. We start with 1,000 feet from schools.
So can we be clear
So-
about the definition of youth, of
Yes.
sensitive areas? I mean, if schools are obvious, but what about, I mean, I don't think daycares are as big of a deal because we don't have toddlers that are smoking. At least I don't think so. I mean, how specific are we going to get here?
And if we're going to spread that out, I mean, having talked to some of Brentwood PD, the elementary schools versus the daycares versus I mean, we don't have a huge, or that I know of or that our SROs know of, problem with tobacco use in the elementary schools, but that's right on that cusp of
Yeah.
the beginning of middle school. So, I mean, we have to be really, I 100% agree with taking the parks out. I'm not arguing the fact that I agree they should come out, but the daycares, the other, I mean, we have to leave the library in there, I think. But if we're going to talk about each one, we should probably talk about each one on that list
Then let's
and not
just do
just the
1,000 feet
parks.
from schools. to
If I
start.
could make a suggestion, again, the model ordinance has a very detailed definition of youth-oriented facility. Oh, thank you, she's already sharing my screen. You might want to look at this because again, we're using the model ordinance as a base and see if you're comfortable with all these different categories or if you want to take things out or add to them.
So I would get rid of kindergarten because I don't know too many boss babies who are like 5 years old and smoking the tobacco. I would probably also get rid of the playground open to the public. And then I would actually keep the youth center defined as a facility where children, and I would up the age because now youth centers, 6, you have a couple of schools near here, like I think there's like a tutu school and I think that may fall within it. So I would actually go up on that age to go 11 to 17 or 10 to 17 versus like a 6 or. And then what is it, the recreation facility? Well, the problem with the recreation facility is usually connected to a park. So I think youth center will encompass the rec center. And then number 6 is park. I would say get rid of park. And is there anything after number 6? And then I would get rid of 7 because that, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
get rid of
kind of,
that one.
yeah.
So then what are we keeping? We're keeping elementaries, middles, high schools, and library? Okay.
Is everybody okay with that?
Well, just a quick clarification on the inspections. There's nothing precluding us to do additional inspections if somebody actually reports seeing a violation. Is that
Correct. It would be a minimum that we're establishing in the ordinance, and we may have reasons to do more inspections during a 12-month period.
Okay. I agree with the parks. I agree with the list. I just, again, personally, I believe that you get better compliance with immediate application of extreme consequences when it comes to violation of things like this. I know I'm an extremist in that because I know that a lot of people don't feel that way. Again, it's me personally. I'm dealing with the individuals and their families that are affected by these things. So, but the distance, the 500 or 1,000 is one of the things that if I knew that it could be 1,000 feet and the business is coming in, again, a business coming in is going to look at the ordinance and say, this is something that we're going to have to comply with, and so we're going to have to adjust our business model for that. I understand that. But I guess my concern is, and again, I'm not in favor of grandfathering either, but I don't know that a year is long enough time for a mom and pop to, because like Councilmember Pearson said earlier, some of these small mom and pop shops, even though they might be selling tobacco products, they are living month to month. They are supporting family members that may or may not be in the United States. They could be the only source of income for a lot of their families that have a lot of challenges in actually just surviving. And so I don't want to hurt our families that are, they have a business. When they started the business, they were selling something. Tobacco products are still legal. I'm not a smoker, I'm not a user of it, but it is legal. So I don't want to put them on a timeline of a year where if you've ever owned a small business and you're the only one there, or if it's a family business, having time to go look for another location to move can be a daunting thing, even under normal circumstances. But if you're in a situation where it's a matter of survival and you have to do it, then we could really be hurting the very people we're trying to help and protect. And so I think potentially considering more than a year for some of these that are mom and pop situations that could potentially hurt their family or worse, really devastate them. A lot of them have sunk their entire life savings into just having a small, 600, 800 square foot place to do business. I know not all of them are like that, but I don't want to hurt a family in order to try to help a family. And so if we could figure out a way to give them, if it's going to be 1,000 feet, figure out a way to give them a little bit more time to either find another location or figure something else out.
I think a year is plenty of time with 1,000 feet. We discussed it extensively at LUD, and we felt that was enough. When we had speakers, a year was enough time to get through your inventory and work through it. So I feel good about 1,000 feet and 1 year.
One of the things that, after hearing you talk, the only thing that I would consider as a small business owner is, would we potentially create a circumstances for a small business owner who has lease terms be in violation of their lease? Because now they have to leave, for example, if they're on a 5-year lease and then we give them 1 year, are we going to have them violate a potential lease that they still are legally responsible for? Because I don't think a force majeure clause would allow them to stop operating their business, and they would have to. So that does bring some things into consideration, into mind. I mean, we're not trying to criminalize people who are doing the right thing or legally. So taking those things in consideration, I know we considered the 1,000 feet. I know we were LUD, it was just 2 of us, but it's 5 of us who make decisions up here. I think maybe if we can have some type of, let's figure out I'm from Switzerland. Well, how can we all work together? Kumbaya. Is it possible the state, the case law supports a 500-foot, that was in the staff report. The regulatory context was a 500 feet rather than a 1,000-foot buffer was also a suggestion, and it was upheld by the U.S. District Court. That was one of the case laws. How would you all feel if we had a marriage? We have a baby up here, and we do a 500-foot distance, because that map, when we showed the radius between 500 and 1,000 feet, it wasn't a huge difference. If we did a 500-foot distance with an 18-month time frame to give people a space and time to sell inventory and look for a new place and prepare for a move and figure out legally what they need to do to break leases or do whatever else they need to do. That's something I didn't even consider when I was at LUD. As a person who's in a lease right now, if I'm in a 5-year lease and now you just changed the nature of my business, I'm not able to get out of that lease, and I'll have the legal consequence of paying that lease out. So that would shut my business down. And I still would have the liability of paying for that, all because, and what if I'm one of the businesses actually following the rules and I'm not doing it? Then we just affected them. So I appreciate the diversity of all your comments, because it does kind of shape and change me. I do still think we need a feet separation with the no renewal of license, but I think the time period should probably be different. I would still support a scorecard. I would still support that option too, if we can figure out how that would work.
I'm sorry, support a what?
The scorecard system to keep them instead of a lotto system.
Yeah, if I could clarify, if the council implements a numeric cap, we would have to do some sort of scorecard because there will likely be more requests for licenses than we have to give. LUD's recommendation, as I understood at the time, and I'm sorry if I misrepresented, was not to insert a numeric cap in the ordinance, but to have a policy in the ordinance that we don't issue any more than are currently operating the city, but not to establish a specific numeric cap, because there is the opportunity, as you said, to always potentially have a rotating number of applicants who try and, move around the city. The idea was to slowly decrease the number of tobacco retailers in the city. So if you have a numeric cap of any number, people will try and, compete and reach that cap. But if you do establish a cap, then you have to have a scorecard or some kind of process to decide who would end up with a license. If you don't have a cap, you don't necessarily need that process, but you could still adopt one, if that makes sense. So you would definitely, if there's 20 or 40 or 50 licenses as the cap, you need a process for deciding who gets the license.
And I'm jumping ahead. That cap conversation is number 12. I'm so sorry. On number 4, I go back to what you guys think about the consideration of 500 feet in 18 months.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't look up.
I think I would be much more supportive of a 500-foot distance and from the schools minus the parks. I think adding a little more time onto the abilities, and I never thought of the leases that some of these businesses are going to have and have to fulfill. So extending that time even beyond the 18 months to a couple years or to 2 years wouldn't be horrible, but I mean, it would be definitely better than 1,000 feet in 1 year.
I think it's a good start. I think we start with the 518 months. If we find that we need to do more than 500 feet, depending on what we're hearing at our school meetings, then we can increase it to 1,000 feet if we're still seeing problems. It's all compromise.
And I'm sorry, if I could interject about that as well. An annual timeframe, whether it's 12 months or 24 months, I think is the feasible way to implement that, because a license would be good for 12 months. If you want a license to be checked or expire after 6 months, you might need to create a whole second category for those type of licenses. So whatever the number is, I would, just from staff's perspective, recommend it be on a 12-month cycle, 12, 24, 36.
Talk about throwing a wrench in our kumbaya moment, Alexis.
How hard is it to do a 6-month? Like you come
what?
back, you reapply for, your year is up and you come back, you're like, okay, you got the 6 months. Don't forget, it's only 6 months now. How hard is that?
Well, nothing's impossible, but what you're then talking about is maybe a separate ranking and scoring system for those folks, because the licenses are good for 12 months for everybody else. And then there's going to be multiple people who are subject to the 6-month thing, but aren't the same category as the 12 months. So you might need a whole separate scorecard and a whole separate process. So nothing's impossible. It just creates a whole nother layer of complexity in trying to implement this with a half-year cycle when everyone else is on a 12-month cycle.
I just think that, I would love it sooner. I'm gonna be honest. I would love it sooner just because of what we're seeing in the schools. And, she has children in school, I have children in school. The bathrooms are locked. It's so bad. So this means 2 more school years is what we're talking about with locked bathrooms and issues in the bathrooms. So I get it. There's a business side. I worry more about the children's health than I do about the business side. So I would be, if we could find a way to do the 18 months, because I'm already like, that's 2 whole school years.
Go ahead.
Hot topic. The only reason I would consider 2 years over 18 months or a year is because of the lease, because you're making a lot of sense. And having a lease in my day job, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I could see that being an issue. However, and I am okay with 500. Given the way we're thinking about this and the parks and all, all of this discussion has been very good. I am worried about the 2-year thing. I would almost just rather go back to 1, because I don't know what difference would be made between 1 and 2. The lease would be an issue, but it's not always, I mean, my lease is like 5 years or 3 years or whatever it is. So I would say 5 years. I'm torn on I mean, 18 months seems like the happy medium, but
Can I say one thing?
raise your hand.
We've been talking about this for years. There's not one retailer out here right now saying this would be detrimental to my business. And if it was,
They did come one time.
but no, there's no one here. Like, they know we're here. We at Lud, no, I don't think one person showed up from a retailer perspective. If it was going to be that hard, y'all know this room would be packed to the gills.
So to clarify my comment about the 12 months, it's not to throw a wrench in your kumbaya moment. I'm sorry. It's just about, the feasibility of implementing this fairly and equitably. Whether it's 12 months, 24, 18, we'll certainly follow council's direction, but I want council to be assured that as part of the TRL, everyone's still getting those inspections. So if there's a violation in 12 months or 18 months or 24 months, we're still going to be doing these inspections to find that out, right? And so it's not that it's a hands-off for 18 months and they can do whatever they want until they get rid of their inventory. They're still subject to the other requirements in the TRL. So I just wanted to clarify that they still have to participate in all the other aspects of the program that they can feasibly participate in, even if it's their location's in the wrong spot, for example.
Could we try, you're going to come back with an ordinance, because could you look at the options behind the scenes about an 18-month window versus the 24-month and let us know what the challenges are?
So certainly, so I think depending on what council's direction is tonight, once we get through the spreadsheet, we're probably going to need one more council meeting before we draft an ordinance. So for example, if we have a checklist requirement, we're going to have to come back to council with some direction on what needs to be in that checklist before we adopt an ordinance, right? So there may be items we still have to bring back to council before we can bring that draft ordinance complete package back to council. I want to caution that there is that September 8th deadline for the urgency ordinance to expire that we're trying to work towards, but we'll do whatever it takes. And I think that would involve another council meeting most likely. And also to clarify, we haven't reached out directly to any business owners regarding this because this is not a public hearing. There's no notice. The plan is, once we get some direction from council about what this program might look like, is we would do outreach to the business community because it's just best practice. There's no particular notice with this kind of meeting. If we adopt an ordinance citywide, there's also no particular notice required other than the paper notice, but we would do outreach to the business community so they can be aware that council's considering new regulations that affect their business.
So just to move us along, it sounds like we agree on 500 feet, right? Everybody, 500? With the list. You're okay with 500? So the 500 feet. And Alexis, thank you, because one of the things is we don't want to make it more difficult for staff to implement what it's nice for us to talk up here, but we don't want to do anything. So if the 18 months, I mean, I get anything's possible, but I prefer you to tell us if it's going to make it difficult, we don't need to go with 18 months because I don't want to complicate it or make it more difficult for staff. So we just need to make a decision. Are we going to go 1 year or 2 years?
So I agree 100% with what you just said, that if it's the 6 month is making it more difficult for staff, I'm perfectly comfortable with a year, and with the understanding that 2 years is another year that business is right outside of, I don't know, Liberty High School or whatever school it's outside of. I understand that. I'm just trying to keep in mind that there are businesses that are part of this that are being affected, but so is our staff.
2 years, but if it's not going to be crazy, the 18 months, is that okay? If they come back and they review it and go, it's not that bad, additional workload?
Can I offer an idea? Because I 100% agree. I'd rather it be a year or even less because of the situation. Is there a way that we could possibly take into consideration, and I know that you as staff have much more expertise in this than I do. Is there a way to take into consideration the caveat of what kind of lease they're locked into?
Or can I add one little extra layer before she gives that? Can we just do a 1 year and then they have the option to apply for an extension for another year if they can show proof of a hardship? And then that would do your
I like
lease.
that.
Yes.
Yep. Bingo.
Today, then they know. That's not a hardship. That was a choice.
So yeah, I think we can come back with language for you in that regard, but then the challenge is going to be defining hardship and how we establish that. And I'm not asking you to tackle that tonight because you good people are on number 4 of 17 here. So if you'd like to give us that direction to get moving and we can come back to you with information, Alexis, does that work for you?
Yes, that would be my suggestion, is that we come back with what a hardship definition might look like.
Excellent. All agreed? Yeah, so then we will move into 5.
Can you just take a quick look at what we've got on the screen to make sure we're accurately capturing your direction?
Possibility of 1 year longer with demonstration of hardship. Thank you.
Do we agree?
Looks good.
Thank you.
I'll just hop in. The minimum pack size, the recommendation from every community partner that came here that night and every caller was 20. And they specifically said
Easy done.
20 little or any cigar unless sold in a package of at least 6 cigars.
Yes, for me.
Yep.
Okay.
Next. I think we're,
first.
oh, I'm sorry.
So you're fine with 20? Because I heard
Yes.
6 in there too. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Well, the model regulation says 20 little cigars or any cigar unless sold in a package of at least 6 cigars. That's what the model language says. So I would say
I
20 with the,
agree.
with the TRL, the model TRL.
All right, so we have consensus from 3 to follow the model ordinance in that regard? Okay. Are there other products that you want to weigh in on? Or just follow the model ordinance and,
It says cigar/cigarette, so that's the model. So I
Okay.
follow the model. So thank you for asking. Number 6 is the same as what we just talked about on number 4, correct?
We're changing that to 500.
It would be the same, 500 separation, and then it would say the same language as the one before that.
Okay, is this the one where if there's 2 retailers and they're within 500 feet, who gets it?
So that's the question. And so if you come up with a scorecard process, we would have to take that into account, right? So there would have to be some criteria that if there's a tie, how we decide who the winner of that tie is. So if you're doing that competitive process, where there's certain points that are allocated based on meeting certain criteria, there could be a tie that comes out of that, so we'd have to have a process for a tie. But the scorecard conceptually would address that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
And just a question, I don't want to spend an hour on this. Can we look at what other cities have done that have already implemented something similar to this? I'm having a kind of an issue with the scorecard versus maybe a lottery or something. I have a hard time with saying your business is better than this business. And I don't like a lottery system, but I like it better than a scorecard. Can we just look at what other cities, I mean, Pleasanton has done this. Other cities have already done this. Can we see what they did to decide which business went and which business stayed? Is that?
Scorecard's not happening tonight anyway, right? So, so that is something that we could direct staff to come back with, as recommendations based on comparing other cities.
Okay.
Right?
is the language on the screen okay?
I like the idea of giving the council, the staff, instead of, oh, you're saying on number 6? Yeah, can we have staff to come back to us? I think that's a good suggestion.
With a variety of options, or do you want to stay just a scorecard?
Yeah, it
There's
says,
options
the
listed
options
on
are there,
here.
with a
scorecard,
variety of
lottery, or
options.
other
So
systems
all
used
the
by other
Yes.
cities. Yeah.
Okay, is this wording acceptable?
Just,
Okay.
just one more thought, is 500 feet going to really accomplish your goal of limiting youth access to the tobacco products? They just have, they can walk 500 feet pretty easily, right? So was 1,000 going to maybe accomplish your goal that you really want to accomplish better? I'll just throw that out there.
I think since we have consensus and you are coming back to something we already had a kumbaya on, Tim, I would say that we can always come back to this as a council if we find out that, and check in with our community partners to see if it's not working and get stricter enforcement.
Yeah, and hopefully we get enforcement, law enforcement updates of what they're finding when they're out there, or, you know, and that will help us guide us a little bit more too.
Okay, moving on to number 7, all tobacco sales banned at pharmacies.
Easy peasy.
Yes.
Can we shake heads?
Like, that's going to take care of one of our 500 ones right there.
Okay, so there is consensus with that. Number 8, working with law enforcement on decoy purchases.
We changed this to 2, so I would keep the LUD recommendation, but change it to 2.
The 2 per year wasn't to include the decoy,
Yeah,
though.
it's
That was an addition.
2+, yeah.
Okay, does everyone agree with that wording? Okay, number 9, any way to retroactively revoke license if applicable.
I think we talked about that in item number 1, so I would copy the language from number 1.
But what about the question of retroactive, though? Are we going back to the businesses that have had a couple of violations and already counting those?
No, I don't think we do retroactive.
Yeah, if I could, the city doesn't have a license program today, so there's nothing to
Yeah.
revoke retroactively. So that was the language that council
Got it,
used in its
okay.
originate request. So it was just clarified.
Yeah, it
There's
didn't make,
nothing
it
to,
didn't make
yeah.
sense. I was trying to figure out,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
There's nothing right now to revoke. There will be once we have licensees.
Okay, moving on to 10, minimum prices on tobacco.
That's in the guidelines, right? So I think that's fine.
The guidelines doesn't have a minimum, so there's no minimum price in the model TRL, page 11. Yeah, but we set 10 at LUD, and I stay with the 10.
Yeah.
And that was recommended by some of our community partners too, right?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Look at us, we're on 11.
Easy, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, consensus, yes, cap on smoke shops, number 12, and tobacco retailers in total, we've already gone over that.
Number 12, we're going to come back, right? Yeah.
So staff will come back with recommendations on number 12.
And could I clarify on number 12, the council wants a numeric cap of 42 inserted into the license? I don't think I heard a definitive
What
discussion
was
of
LUD's
that.
recommendation on
Our
that?
recommendation was 42 licenses should be issued. That's what we currently have as number of license, so we didn't want to increase the number, so we thought that would.
I would support that.
I agree with 42.
That's a lot of places. Okay, 13 is an easy, I feel it's easy. Is the council?
Yep.
Yes.
Do we need to restrict it to DOJ? What if there's a Cal OES grant, for example? I don't think we need to restrict it. Thank you.
14, we've already addressed this. The recommendation from LUD. Does council agree with that? Okay. 15, potential penalties available. So on the fines, I really feel like any fines issued should at least cover staff time for the inspections and things. Again, since this isn't a penal code, I guess in considering what Councilmember Orleman said, it would be nice if I were a business owner that had this challenge to be able to in someone who is not a minor, help them shoulder the burden that they would be putting on my business because an adult would have to intentionally violate this. Now, I know I could fire them, but maybe we make it an option. I guess I'm certainly not presenting this question well. No, so the more I talk, the less I understand it. So I withdraw the consideration. If the owner wants to fine his employee as a member of his personal business.
No, I thought we said the employees were not going to be responsible for any of it. It's
But, and I agree, but having worked at a pharmacy when I was a kid that sold tobacco products, and having had a fellow employee who would call his buddies in and sell to the 15 and 16-year-olds the cigarettes that they were not legally able to buy and other things they were not able to legally buy, knowing that it was a violation of the law, knowing that the business could get in trouble. Kids don't make good decisions. But again, I was talking mainly about an adult. I don't want a kid to. So I withdraw the conversation. That is just make it easy. And do we agree on the?
Well, is this where we also ask the question about whether the penalties could be used for educational purposes? Yeah. Because I do think they should. I mean, I think covering staff time is great, but I would also like to prioritize the education piece. Hard to tell what the fines are going to look like, but I think it's important to include the education piece.
Yeah.
I think she already said, the research was already done, Katie. She said that we can use it for educational pieces. We just can't use the licensing amount, but the fine can be used for education. One of the things is LUD said other alternative purposes. I wouldn't want to leave it so broad because I would want to, if we're going to use it for an alternative purpose, but I'd like to specifically say it be for education or additional enforcement. So how we talked about outside community partnerships with enforcers, I would say education or other for additional enforcement purposes.
So yes, if council wants community organizations involved in enforcement, I would like to consult with our outside counsel to see if, because when we take enforcement action, it is appealable and our staff has notices of procedures that they document, and those actions can be appealable. So I'm just not familiar with the model of people who aren't city staff being a part of that enforcement. So if that's council's direction, I would like to do more research on how we could implement that.
And I think I'm saying enforcement, not from the perspective of the enforcing of the violation, but the inspections was my idea of sending them to do the stings and the inspections. If it is too much for code enforcement to go do the inspections, that we get outside, but I think.
Sure, understood.
Yeah.
But those inspections result in notices of violation if there is a violation, and we have to document that in a particular way. So the inspections could result in the need for a notice of violation to be issued. So I just need to work out the particulars of how that might work in partnership with another organization.
Okay. And I have a question, because speaking of different organizations, when the young lady from Contra Costa, Myra Lopez, I believe it was, called in and said she had been out with, it was her, CDTFA. Does our police department work with CDTFA, or do they come independent of each other to do their checks?
The police officer who was here, he said that they had went out.
No.
No, he was
No,
not here.
that's not you.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Didn't you,
Oh,
I
wait,
think
was
you
he?
said you went out with them. You all went out during that sting. Is that correct?
Can you come to the mic? Can you come to the mic so the public at home can hear?
Oh, God.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So yes, we do partner with them. That time they were here for 2 days in a row. The first day we did not go out. The second day we were out with them for part of the day, and again, it just had to do with our workload that we had. We had an incident that we had to deal with. So, but we do partner with outside agencies.
When you go out with them, do they get double fine? Do they get one fine from the state and then one from the city?
No, typically we just do one fine.
Okay, if we don't do we write them up? Because if we don't document that they did something, then it's not a strike, right? We want to make sure so do you document that they didn't follow the rules, or how do we keep track of?
Yeah, no, we document all that stuff. And
Okay.
like, for example, if we had this and we had something in an ordinance that was like, okay, now you're violating this ordinance, then yeah, we could do both them and us.
Okay,
But right now we would have to get the TRL in place first.
okay, awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Everyone agree on 15's?
Yep.
Okay. 16, bring other best practices from other cities?
It's always a yes.
Yes.
So just to be clear, are you looking for staff to bring you back more than what's already been considered here?
Scorecard.
So I think in spots that we've already set it at, so not to exceed, but yeah.
Okay, and 17, utilize outside legal to draft TRL ordinance.
Yes.
Update applicable sign regulations. It does say LUD recommendation of the prohibiting of sale of drug paraphernalia in the TRL. And we've been noticed that is not something. Or was that just a recommendation?
And to clarify, this lead also asked about, I see Annie popped on, ability to regulate signs within the law. So in the staff report, staff outlined that there is more we could do in our sign code to regulate tobacco signage. If council would need to provide direction on whether they want us to do that as well. So that would be a Title 17 amendment that would have to go to Planning Commission and then council.
And the only thing I was going to add was on the sale of paraphernalia. We do have good language for that in the plug-in to the model ordinance. So it's not in the model ordinance itself, but it is an available plug-in. So if the direction is that you would like to prohibit the sale of drug paraphernalia, we can certainly add that language in from the plug-in language.
I
Thank you.
would absolutely
Yeah.
like that.
When it comes to signage, can we say like no neon signs, no blow ups that blow in the wind? Like no
Yeah,
flags.
anything that's not content specific is gonna be fine because it would
Okay.
apply the same to every type of sign. That's basically the threshold that we're looking at, is anything that's like a time, place, manner of a sign versus what's on the sign.
Okay, so
And-
I don't know how much, did you want to talk about that? Like what I would kind of off the top of my head?
Sure, so there's already restrictions for those types of things in the sign code.
Okay.
So, the sign ordinance has a lot of requirements just generally applied to every commercial business in the city. So flashing, mobile signs, all those types of things are in there.
But even like the neon open sign, like I don't even want to see, like I want it to be as subdued as possible when it comes to tobacco.
I would just say, let's follow our sign policy, because then we get into a
Yeah.
whole nother thing that we'd have to have a sign conversation. Because it'd have to be, then we seem to
Okay.
discriminate against businesses. So
So
I
what-
say the content that's on the sign is what we want to focus more on.
But we can't say anything about the words because of the First Amendment.
For the most part, yes. There's some, just depends, but for the most part, the First Amendment applies to businesses. So the existing sign code today generally applies to residential and non-residential signs, right? So they're very broad categories. What staff was proposing was signage regulations specific to tobacco retailers. Those open signs exist on all types of businesses in the city. They're not allowed to be flashing or have, mobile moving readers and that sort of thing. But that is something that all businesses in the city also have, many do. So one thing would be to just modify the overall sign code related to those signs or apply it just specifically to tobacco retailers. The open sign itself isn't really indicative of tobacco sales to youth or other, issues related to tobacco signage. It's usually the advertising, the covering the entire storefront with signage, even though our code says 25%. You can even make it smaller for tobacco retailers. You can only cover 10 to 15%. And we can better define, rather than a cumulative, every window pane and door can only have 10%. You can get very, very strict for the tobacco retailers in a way that the general sign code, just doesn't apply. Those open signs exist all throughout the city. So if you wanted to change the open signs just for tobacco, I don't know that that would have the same
Okay.
impact as the advertisement and
So maybe it's the coverage and like paraphernalia on the window, like stickers and things like that. Maybe we could work around something like that.
The other thing I would add, sorry to keep interrupting, just that there's a whole host of strict regulations on signage that came out specifically of the master settlement agreements with a lot of the tobacco companies. So I think that's on page 12 of the staff report, but there's all kinds of stuff about things that can and cannot go in the window of a place that sells. Like they can't use cartoons, they can't brand the merchandise, they can't sponsor any kind of events using, tobacco branding. So we can certainly enforce many of the state parameters and federal parameters that are already in place. If you wanted to go above and beyond what's listed out in the staff report, we certainly could, but just like Alexis was saying, we'd want to keep it to like, percentage of the window pane or no neon or things like that.
So yeah, when I was saying content, I was saying to those things that are already regulated, because if I'm not mistaken, didn't they come out with specific regulations on when the laws changed on what could and could not be advertised? Like you can't have a kid on an advertisement with a flavor, get your yummy strawberry flavored tobacco, like a picture of them or something like that. So I would just say, let's follow what's consistent with state and federal laws when it comes to advertisement. And then we can, when they come back to your point, we can talk about changing the sizing or something like that on signage. But I would be a little bit cautious to get in the weeds of something that some council had already came up with and it works right now, because it would change the sign rules for everybody in every business. And that's just crazy. That would be just so zooey.
That's the part
Well, no,
that
I think
that
she's
worries
saying we
me.
can do tobacco-specific signage because of the law. Just like alcohol, you can have alcohol-specific signage. And I'll drive around and I'll take some pictures and see, because I do think some of them are, I mean, the whole point of their advertising is to make it inviting. And if they make it inviting to kids, that's their number one goal. I mean, that's how we had the Budweiser dogs. So it's just, as long as it's, I want the least amount of inviting to youth and their signage as possible is my goal. And I'm not a marketing person, so I don't know, but yeah.
Okay.
So we can certainly bring that back as a separate item if council would like to discuss that further, what that might look like. But right now, the current sign code allows you to cover 25% of a cumulative number of storefront, for example.
Okay, thank you.
So that was 17. Do we have any further questions, comments? Staff, is there clarification needed on this?
I think we don't need number 2, right? It's just this. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay, with that, are we ready for, I'm ready for a motion? Do I have a motion on this item?
I move to direct staff to take our directions on line items 1 through 17 to create our new tobacco ordinance.
I second that.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, the item moves. Item C2. I'm sorry, before we go to item C2, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will reconvene from recess. Item C2, it's an update on and discussion of the Vineyards at Marsh Creek Event Center Amphitheater. And Alan Bacalar will present. Alan.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Bruce Mulder, Director of Parks and Recreation, and I are presenting this report to you on the Vineyards at Marsh Creek Event Center and Amphitheater project. As for background, on January 23rd of this year, City Council directed staff to move forward with the subsequent environmental review, or SEIR process, examine scaling and phasing options of the amphitheater project to reduce costs and potentially serve as potential project alternatives as part of the SEIR, and explore grant opportunities and partnerships as well. As a quick overview of the project, this slide shows the amphitheater site nestled within the Trilogy at Vineyards community, or specifically a total 30-acre site along the south side of Vineyards Parkway between the intersections of Old Vine Place and Miwok Avenue. Here is a view of the overall site as currently planned. Highlighted in brown is a 250-car parking lot, which would also provide room for mobile vending, such as food trucks. In yellow is the promenade and box office, which we also call the barn, which also provides restrooms and a shaded area for patrons. Adjacent to the promenade and box office is an open lawn area, playground, and wedding space area. Purple highlights the area reserved for the 10,000 square foot event center. And lastly, down below in green is the 750 to 1,000 seat amphitheater itself. Here are some renderings of the amphitheater project as it is currently scoped. And here's a view of what the entryway would look like. To the left, you see the parking lot, and you see food trucks kind of set up there, and that's kind of what we're envisioning for the project for mobile vending. As you make your way from the parking lot to the amphitheater site, you're presented with the barn. What we call the barn is a shaded area for patrons to set up and eat and enjoy themselves. And to the right, just off the screen, would be the box office area and building, which contains restrooms and other facilities. Here's an aerial view or zoomed in of the other renderings that shows and highlights the barn. You can see it to the left there in the entryway, and you see the food trucks on the right lining up. Here's a quick schematic drawing of the barn itself. To the right, you see the box office area and the various number of restrooms that we have envisioned as part of the original project. And here is the amphitheater itself. Here is the breakdown of the total $9.4 million in funds budgeted for the project. Approximately $4 million comes from the developers of Trilogy at the Vineyards. $5 million is from the Development Impact Fee Program, and about $360,000 is from interest earned over the years. To date, approximately $700,000 has been expended or encumbered for the project. To conclude, the project has a remaining budget of approximately $8.7 million. Staff has so far not been successful in identifying grant opportunities or partnerships for the project. Going back to the project that's currently scoped, here is a breakdown by phase of the project. Phase 1 is comprised of a 750-seat amphitheater and supporting features and amenities, and is currently estimated at approximately $14.4 million, for which we are approximately $5.7 million short. For Phase 2, comprised of the 10,000 square foot event center and an additional 250 seats added to the amphitheater, that would be an estimated cost of $5.5 million, which is also currently unfunded. These estimates are expected to increase annually by about 6% due to inflation. With the budget shortfall for Phase 1 of the project in mind, Council directed staff to explore scaling and phasing of the project to fit the remaining budget. Staff has met with the project architect, DLR Group, and we have identified the following 3 options for City Council consideration this evening. And Margaret, is Dan available?
He's not logged on yet.
Okay. In that case, I'll continue. I'll have to switch over to my PDF here. So here's the option A that we're presenting. So we're presenting 3 options. Option A is essentially the project as currently scoped. We will be keeping the project fully scoped, which means, as a quick summary, once again, this is a 250-car parking lot, box office and promenade area, nicknamed the Barn, an open lawn area with space for small weddings to be held, and a 750-seat amphitheater down below, and space reserved for the event center there, indicated by the number 6. As described earlier, the project would be placed on hold until such time additional funding is identified for phase 1, with the caveat that project cost would escalate by an estimated 6% annually. With the help of the architect, we looked and identified an option that would utilize approximately the rest of the budget, which is $8.7 million. Option B is essentially a reduced amphitheater and pavilion. The work would be limited within the red area highlighted here. The amphitheater itself would be relocated from down below to up above, closer to the parking lot. With this option, the amphitheater will be downsized from 750 seats to 200 seats. The parking lot would also be reduced from 250 spaces to 122 parking spaces, but this configuration would still be able to facilitate mobile vending or food trucks. A barn and shaded area similar to the original scope would be included, however, would likely be slightly downsized to accommodate the smaller use here. And also, this option would include a smaller, similar sized lawn area as presented with the original option. At this point, I'll ask Bruce, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, we had some conversations with DLR, Dan Clevenger, the consultant, and maybe he's still working on getting on the phone, but I can describe that a little bit. So in this particular conceptual design, there's a picture of what they did in Sedona, which has this small kind of community venue amphitheater that this particular one has room for about 200 people, and it is used for a lot of different community kind of venue events, more intimate music, concerts, just on a smaller scale than what obviously the 750 seat amphitheater would do. But this would allow a really nice activated space, and if it's designed correctly, will create a real inviting location where we can have food trucks come, and we can have music, and we can have entertainment, and it'll also be an area that I think will be received well for coming from the north of Brentwood on the trail as a destination location as well for different things. So we think this could be a good opportunity to still incorporate a nice amphitheater concept, but definitely in a scaled down version from the original design. So those were some of the things that Dan had mentioned when he was putting this concept together.
Here's another view of option B. As you can see, the colored area shows in relation to the original project what we're looking at with the remaining budget as to what we can implement. Shown here in a kind of a white silhouette is where the new amphitheater would be located. Again, 200 seats. There is still the lawn area and mobile vending. There is also room for the potential build out of the event center here as well, should funding and council direct that in the future. Option C is a trailhead park. This option would cost approximately $4 million and consists of a 62 vehicle parking lot, a smaller mobile vending area, a naturalized trail through the site, which offers views of John Marsh House. Also, the trail would connect to the expansion or future expansion of Round Valley and Mount Diablo State Park. This option also provides the opportunity to build the currently scoped 750-seat amphitheater down below in the future, as well as the event center. Here's another exhibit, again, showing in relation to the original project. We would have restrooms available here at the maintenance building or the barn. It would be reduced from the original, but we would make sure that we have adequate facilities available for trail users. With that, Bruce, do you have anything else to add on this one?
Yes, so this concept is really more about keeping the park area more of an open space and natural use area. It's one thing in Brentwood that we don't currently have as more of an area that can be enjoyed basically in its natural setting. So this would allow for some picnic areas, hiking paths, and really keeping the area as currently in more of an open space and more of a trail. Again, it would be an area that could be definitely connected to our trail system as a destination to get to. But it's mainly keeping it as more of a natural setting and open space area as a trailhead, and still some opportunities, I think, for food trucks. But it wouldn't have the same areas that are more of a community amenity and of an attractive area with more of a setting with music and that kind of a venue. So these are the three options that DLR had presented to us, and we are here this evening to get some feedback from the City Council on these different concepts.
Thank you, Bruce. And on my screen right now is the three options available for a side-by-side comparison. You'll see the differences. The one thing we didn't touch on was the maintenance. Currently, for the original project, we're estimating $425,000 per year to maintain and operate the full-scale amphitheater and event center. With option B and C, those are yet to be determined, but they should be much less. With that, Bruce, do you want anything to add about maintenance and operation?
I just want to mention that it looks like Dan is on the line now, so if we want to have him kind of review those options as well, he is on the line. The operations and maintenance, I think it will be definitely significantly reduced from the original design. It's hard to come up with specific figures when these two options are right now so much into a conceptual phase, but it will be a lot less than what the original option A with the 750-seat amphitheater is.
Before ending staff's presentation, I'll ask if Dan Clevenger, hopefully you're able to hear most of the presentation, but if you had anything else to add that we may have missed, please let us know.
Yeah, no, I can hear you now, so I'm at a place I can chat and connect. So, no, it looks like you've covered the concepts. I'm happy to help with any questions from anyone.
Thank you, Dan. So, and with that, this concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. Clarifying questions of staff, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. For option B, I have a couple questions. What would be the anticipated usage of the open space? Just keep it open, but are we also keeping it kept up? Or I worry about housing legislation, et cetera.
It would remain open space as part of the park, so it would remain protected, but it would mainly stay as open space weed abatement kind of a site. We could possibly incorporate a trail into that if that's the direction of council, see if we could fit that in as well with that option too.
Okay. Also for B, you mentioned 200 seats, but could that be expanded if people brought, I mean, it doesn't look like there's any specifically assigned seats. It's all people bringing a blanket and a chair and whatever. Could that be expanded a bit based on, I mean, what we were looking at was the scope of Sedona, right? So could that number be upped a little bit based on just finding additional outlying areas where people could put chairs or blankets or whatever?
Yeah, I think it could to some extent. When I was talking to Dan, he mentioned that the grass area is about 1.5 acres.
Okay.
When you compare that to City Park is about 2.5 acres. So I think we could accommodate, a little more than 200 there, but not necessarily to the amount that we accommodate here in
Right.
City Park. It
Not
wouldn't be
going up to
anything like
750
that.
or 1,000.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I mean, we could expand it to maybe 300 or so. Dan, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah. If I just added some clarity, I mean, the 1.5 acres is kind of the encompassed area of the sites. That includes, if we're comparing our prior precedent project, which was in Sedona, that's including drop off, some site amenities, some area around that amphitheater. So it's not just the seating area. So you start getting to something that's beyond 200 seats. You have additional excavation, additional work involved. And you probably start to push the budget in excess of what's captured here.
Okay. Thank you. For the amphitheater relocation up to the top by the parking area, wouldn't we have to do a whole entire new study on sound impact? Because we were talking about it way down low and now we're bringing it back up high to the same level as homes.
That's correct, Councilmember Meyer. Because of the relocation, redirection, basically redesign of the amphitheater, we would have to have that reanalyzed as part of the process. Yes.
Okay, and in that same option, is there any other place where the amphitheater could go that it would not have that same level of impact on sound?
I guess I didn't have a chance to explain the reason why we're relocating it. So just starting off with that, the reason why we're relocating it is primarily because of cost. It was quite expensive to build out the amphitheater down below. It's quite further away from the parking lot, so a lot more, you have to extend sewer and utilities down there, and on top of additional site improvements and landscaping and stormwater treatment. Having it up above, closer to the parking lot, gave us some leverage with in terms of budget. I believe that would be the best location currently, other than the original location. Dan, do you have anything to add on that with the location of the reduced amphitheater?
I think you really hit the key points. I mean, what was driving a lot of the cost, the placement a bit lower, which has the sound analysis and everything associated with it, is a lot of infrastructure to get it to that point. Service drive, and then there's also serving dressing rooms and things that are associated with the larger amphitheater, which it occupies a larger site, so needed to have some of those additional things. So eliminating that entry drive that's on the kind of lowest portion of the site takes out a lot of the cost. So like Alan mentioned, locating a little bit further up, but directing the sound energy away and out towards the park and away from residences kind of solves two things conceptually. One would need to be tested out in terms of sound, but logically would make more sense and be positioned where there wouldn't be sound energy going towards the homes and reduce the development cost.
Okay, thank you. For option C, I don't quite get the point of having mobile vending if this is not like a destination place where people would gather in large numbers. It's more like people would bring a picnic or go on a hike. I'm a little unclear about that concept.
Dan, can you elaborate on your vision for that?
Yeah, I could add just a thought. I mean, one of the things that carries forward from the prior visions is, the element that we call the barn or entry pavilion, which was adjacent to the mobile vending area. was always conceived as something that could host festivals and events. So, in this scenario, there's still the potential if there was a, 5K that might connect to, as one of several examples, that might connect to the trail system. You could still host maybe the start or completion of that 5K event at this location. So you could bring mobile vendors in, and this could be the area where folks would connect and celebrate after the event.
Okay, thank you. That clears that up. Bruce, do you have any notion of how many arts and performance-based nonprofits we have in the city that don't have an official place for performances? Because I know there's several that I've heard of myself that are constantly looking for a place to perform.
I don't have that number. We have added the new Bristow Theater now as well, so there is another indoor facility that is used or can be used for theater and smaller groups. So with this new venue, as far as outdoor theater, I don't know. It's more of just the shell, so it doesn't have kind of the dressing rooms and that kind of setup for outdoor theater. It would be kind of a plug and play kind of space, so it will have electricity where you plug in your sound and your microphones and things like that.
For nighttime.
Lights, all of that would have to be brought in.
Which of course you'd also have to, you have to bring it in.
Yes, I don't
It's
think
not-
there would be, Dan, I don't think there's lights included in this concept of option B.
No, only immediately around the barn entry area. So there wouldn't be permanently installed lights around the amphitheater. It would really be designed to
Which would eliminate nighttime
have-
performances of any kind.
correct. Or it could be a rental scenario. So, or that could be something that's phased in over time.
And
So,
another thing that would have to be
and if it were to
considered.
be
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say to be added in initially would just increase budget a little bit. I think there's some things we could look at, in terms of running conduit and infrastructure so that it would be, could be easily added at a later date and have those, kind of runs already in place.
But would also have to be
But not
part of
the
an
lights and
EIR
everything
then.
themselves.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, then my last question is the 2019 feasibility study. Anything particularly stand out that we learned about that or at that time?
That feasibility study spent a lot of time actually researching and looking at a larger scale amphitheater. And one of the messages that came through when that was brought to council was that it needed to be a larger size amphitheater, more of a regional kind of space to be able to pencil over time and have to be cost recovered. A message that they came was, as you reduce the size, the city is going to be challenged with recovering that cost. And it really looked at the need to go into fundraising and development to be able to recover that cost. Now, this one being so much smaller, it might be the opportunity for more of a rentable space. It won't have near the amount of, I think, overhead cost. But that was the message that came from that feasibility study.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Dan.
Councilman Orlovitz.
You're welcome.
Just a quick question. You had mentioned the other three theaters that are in town. So I'm assuming Liberty, Heritage, and now Bristow?
Yes, those are all indoor.
Right. So how large are they? How many people do they seat, or roughly? I mean, we're talking about a 200-seat amphitheater which is outdoors in the middle of the summer compared to, or in outdoor weather, having to deal with the climates, versus how many seats indoors, roughly?
Yeah, I don't have those numbers for those indoor amphitheaters. I think this would be a different kind of space. Like you mentioned, those are indoors, very protected. That's more of a theater and kind of environment. This would be a little bit more comparable to what we have here at City Park, where it's music outdoors.
Right, but in thinking of using them for the acting clubs here in town, does the seating currently at the theaters we have is more than 200 seats?
Yeah, I think so. or
Okay.
it's comparable to that.
And with dressing rooms and bathrooms and
Mhm.
everything already there. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's close to 300 at Bristow.
Okay. Any further clarifying questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll open public comments.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments in the chambers, followed by Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. And we received 2 written public comments for this item, and they've been posted on the city's website. I'll call on Joe.
Slides up. Good evening, folks, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am Joe Young, the current president of the Vineyards at Marsh Creek Owners Association, also known as Trilogy, which represents about 1,800 Brentwood residents. Our association operates several enterprises around the proposed Vineyards at Marsh Creek Event Center, including 47 acres of agricultural vineyard and olives, primarily for the benefit of the residents in our area. This would be funded under the LLD 06-3 if Trilogy had not undertaken the task. The Club Las Maganas wedding and event venue, a 200-seat event venue serving the local area, a commercial spa serving all Brentwood residents, an 82-seat private restaurant serving the 1,800 Trilogy residents, the Vineyards at Marsh Creek Winery, a licensed and DBA registered winery. Note the possible name conflict there. We have previously addressed environmental issues related to the project in our response to the notice of project. The size of the project will impact all of these, including those related to safety, noise, traffic, crime, parking, air quality, lighting, wildlife, homelessness, and sanitation. Many things have changed from the original inception of this project, which will impact the EIR, including full utilization of the college, completion of Trilogy, Vista Dorada, Lark Hill, and Barcelona, and the new planned Cowell Ranch development. Regarding the proposed options for the Vineyard at Marsh Creek Event Center, we believe it is not prudent to enter into a project that is not fully funded, partially fund a regional venue from our local LLD, compete with local wedding venues, of which there are more than just ours, create a possible name conflict, utilize public funds to compete with local business areas. We also believe that any regional center requiring extensive parking, up to 250 stalls, will ultimately require stoplights at Trilogy Parkway and possibly other cross streets on Vineyard Parkway, the cost of which is not included in the proposed options. Thank you for the opportunity to express our concerns, and I am available for questions.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to let you know that even though we have this beautiful new theater at Bristow, where we now get to see the beautiful plays and musicals put on by the Bristol Drama Club, which are awesome. You should definitely come and see them. We cannot have any concerts for our band program, maybe just the jazz ensemble, because the wind ensemble and the cadet band are about 450 to 500 kids, and we cannot fit them in that theater. They recently went out to a band competition in Vallejo, where they won first place overall. Woo! Go Bears. But the point is that if we wanted to do that, we couldn't do that because we don't have any place where we could host that. We need places for local organizations that do dance and drama and music to be able to present here instead of having to go out of town. And this would also extend to our neighbors who could come here and get something to eat in the area and then come and watch the performance, go to the food trucks if they're still hungry, maybe buy some vino at the vineyards right there. I think this is a fantastic opportunity to do more community things, kind of like the Day of Service this past weekend, which kind of brings the community together. And you get to think about someone other than yourself for the duration of the performance. I like option B. I think that would be a good compromise between the folks at Trilogy and the rest of the city. So that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, this is a little bit disappointing. I've been promised an amphitheater since I moved to Brentwood in 2011, and it was originally going to be much larger, and it just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and it's just kind of the amazing disappearing amphitheater. And it's interesting to see this after all the community involvement and people putting in time and effort to come to the meetings and help design, to see it now just melt down to nothing. I would really rather see that more of an effort would go into preserving the footprint for the full facility if we can't build it at this time, to work on pulling together the financing, but go ahead and build what you can. So maybe just the trailhead, but go ahead and build the 255 lot parking space lot. I mean, if you just build the trailhead, that leaves you with another $3 or $4 million. And I would say to fill it out a little bit more, leave the space for the bigger structures that you can't afford right now because you can't find funding. Hope for better times. I mean, they're talking about 6% inflation, but we all know that inflation is down to around 3% now, and they're not going to stop pushing until they get it down to 2%. So the interest rates are up, inflation is coming down. But I think just for the larger community of Brentwood, who has been promised an amphitheater, all of us who bought in over here, just to delete it right now, or to make some kind of a halfway amphitheater, or put a small amphitheater up where then you can't have the full-size amphitheater later. It's a bad way to go. I think hold out hope for the future, do what you can to fill out that future, maybe find a way to make some money over there. You know what, you could put fast chargers in there. People will come and charge. There's a commuter school right across the street, and people are getting electric cars, and you can just put chargers anywhere. So you could maybe work with one of the major high-speed charger vendors and get something going. There's a lot of different ways you could go, but just to give up and to build something halfway, and then really not have the nice facility that we need. And we need something to take the pressure off the other parks. I've heard discussions in council in the past talking about how beat up City Park is getting, and needing alternate venues. And just to give up on this now, after promising it really since, I don't know, the times when Bob was mayor 10 years ago, it just seems like a failure and a waste. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers. Oh, I do have one more hand raised. Marisol, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to chime in. Sorry for the delay, but Rod said 2011. I moved here in 2005, and that's how long I've been waiting for it. I feel like as a resident, I kept, I didn't get my Deer Ridge Country Club, and now I'm not going to get my amphitheater, but luckily Deer Ridge is sort of coming back. But anyways, I agree that Phase A, and if there's a way, to do the original as it was stated, and maybe do it in phases or something so we don't lose that structure. But I just want to give the amphitheater full support, and that people that have been here long and supporting the city and came here with a dream, I'd like to be able to have that and still have that amphitheater for the community. So thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comment, move into council discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I can remember walking the model homes at Trilogy when they opened, and this amphitheater was a promise that it was going to happen. It was in the model. We've all of Brentwood's been waiting. I think the event center at Trilogy is fantastic. It's great. I go there every chance I get, every time I get an invitation. The problem with that is also it's private. So there's a lot of events that, I think you said that you can seat 200 on the event venue. I go to concerts every time I'm invited. It's, I think, the 200 people, and they're fantastic. I love the concerts, but again, they're private. We can only go if we're invited or there's extra tickets and we're on the mailing list. So I understand that there's fear of competition when it comes to events. I get it, but this would be a public space, and we have to answer to the overall public of the city and what we've been promising them. But I don't think that it'll be a threat to your event center. Your event center is best in class. I don't think there's a threat to you losing any events to an outdoor, city-run event center. And I don't think that, you mentioned something about competing with local wedding venues, and I get that, but I don't see us, unless I'm wrong, Park and Rec, I don't see this being a wedding venue, do you?
No, this would not be a wedding venue. This would be more of a community asset, community venue for performances and events like that. So, and we would want to be a good neighbor
Yeah.
with the Trilogy as well, so.
Yeah. So that's that. There's a couple of other things when it comes to funding. One of the things is, I think, Tim, I understood you to tell someone this weekend that we were coming in under on the soccer fields. I think you said like 14 million versus the 19 million, unless I was wrong. I was standing there when you said that.
I don't remember what the number is offhand, but it's in that ballpark.
So
as
we're
Bruce, you
coming in under
remember.
budget on the soccer complex?
We haven't bid it out, so we don't know what the number is, but
The latest numbers that we have they're not going down, so it's still around the 20 million.
Okay, so then maybe there was
So-
a misunderstanding. Okay, and then, so that's what I was thinking about, maybe some money source there, right? And we can hold off on phase 2 on the soccer complex. The next thing is, we've talked about the art fund, and we talked about it in our budget meeting. There is, I can't remember the dollar amount that's in the art fund. How much? There's a few million in there. And when we talk about what it can be used and not used for, we've asked, like, at the end of the day, the council owns the code. So can the council update the code to include performing arts, is what I would like to know, because that's arts as well. And I said it, I think, last time we interviewed people, that we keep forgetting about performing arts. We do everything in visual arts, but performing arts are really important to a big part of our community that are actors and singers and band players. And they might not be, the Fish the other day and the metal work they do, that's fantastic, but we're not all, metal workers. We're not all, painters. So I think that we need to find a way to access funds from the art fund that are just sitting there. And we all know how Carrie feels about money just sitting there. Like, we got to do something with it. I'd like to see the possibility, if we need to pass a resolution or an ordinance, I don't know what it is, to update our arts fund, how we use that, then let's talk about that. If we can just do it, I say we just take the money from there. But I love B. I don't love it. I love A. Okay, I love the big one, the great one. But I would like to keep the stage in its original location if possible, because my fear is that we put it in the new location and then we just forget, right? And then we never come back to it. And I understand, the soccer complex took 20 years. This has taken a long time too. I'm not expecting to come back to it in 5-7 years. I know it's gonna take time, but that's one thing there on that. And then is there any way, with the soccer complex, we got everything itemized and what was, like how much everything cost, and we're, for $5.4 million, we're losing 500 seats, 128 spaces, the trail location, lawn area, playground, and playground. That seems a lot for $5.4 million, but again, I don't know what it takes to do the trail. And, we have the barn and the entry, like, is there things, we adjusted the soccer complex to do certain things to save some money. And is there any way we can save money on the barn and the entry so that we can do the trail connection and move the stage down to the bottom area that it was originally supposed to be in? I'm just wondering if there's any way to get an itemized list so that we can shift things around if possible. If not, like, I understand that, but I think there's opportunity to talk about other dollars if legally possible. And then depending on where the soccer comes in, because now I'm hearing a couple of different things. But so I understand that we don't have it all funded right now, but if we wait for everything to get funded, nothing's going to happen in the city. We're not, it's just, we do things in phases, right? Like the senior center's built. We're going to have another phase of the senior center. So I wouldn't want to just stop the brakes on it because we don't have all the money now. That's not the way we generally do things from what I've seen the years I've been coming. So that's my feedback. I love B, but I would love to see if we can move the stage to the bottom where there'd be more grass.
Oh, thanks. I had a couple of comments. I like a lot of what I heard, but I also want to add, one of the things I keep hearing though is kind of bugs me is the word promise, and kind of like when we had the discussion in the tobacco, when I said, well, we didn't induce these businesses to come. I'm wondering where was the city's promise, because I can't go back in history of where there was the city promised residents. Now, if we're talking about developers put it on there. Well, developers told me that there were going to be certain things near my area, but that doesn't equate to the city. So this whole idea that we promise people kind of doesn't sit well with me. But I do like the idea that some people were looking forward to it. If we have the option, we have the funds, let's provide them with something. The wedding venue question though, it literally is on the design. It says on there, wedding gazebo for future weddings. So it's a possibility that if someone wants to rent the outdoor space, I don't know how we restrict them unless we put that type of restrictive language in. But I like the idea, the question about the arts and the performing arts. If we can figure out ways to repurpose money, I think the performing arts is often left out. And so I like the idea of that. I'd like to, like, when I looked at this, I was like, well, why do we have to go with any of these options? Why can't we create our own option? And so me always being the, like, how can we make it all work? I came up with option D and I did my own renderings. I know you guys may think I'm horrible because I'm not an engineer, but I used ChatGPT to create some renderings.
Can you share your screen?
I would love to share my screen with you all because I think, they're pretty phenomenal. If I can share my screen, is that possible? Yeah. Okay. Okay, great.
Oh, and while you're doing that real quick, while you're bringing that up, I did have dinner with about 15 Trilogy residents on Sunday night. They all want it. Every single Trilogy resident wanted it. And there's a lot of musicians that they even do music on their porch once a year kind of thing.
So I'm going to share two photos. The first one is the one I found online, and it is a food truck park. And so my option D would be to keep the amphitheater for a future phase, the event center for a future phase. So it's a combination of A, B, and C. Have more increased parking. So I would say 75 slots or more, depending on what engineering actually comes up with that's feasible. But I think 62 is not enough. I like the idea of amenities of a bar, an entry building. But I like the idea of a food truck drive up and seating for 200, but also have a stage with some sun sails. So we'll be keeping the amphitheater in the future in the same exact space, keeping the event center in the same exact space. I want to show my other photo because my actual renderings are just so much more phenomenal than what I just showed you. So drum roll, hold your breath. Here you go. So this one here is what I came up with ChatGPT. I even threw, like, if you wanted to throw some type of cornhole or pickleball court in that area, I think it would be great. But some picnic table ideas, some area in that region where it keeps us in that 4 million, 9 million range. We still may have money left over in the pot if we wanted to put it towards the future projects. But I agree, I don't think we get rid of the idea of amphitheater. I think it's sexy. One of the things when I first got here, though, from someone who has a husband in the entertainment world that puts shows together, the size of the small amphitheater to me would be a waste. So option B would be a waste if we did a small amphitheater. So I would go away from that. I'd rather prefer a stage similar to what we have here in City Park. And lighting out there for stuff, but to have a food truck roll up. I know on Wednesdays, my family frequents the foodie crew on Wednesdays in the park, and we ran out of parking spaces, and it is, a lot of people come out and patronize it. It's actually kind of like a family date night for us when we do get to make it out. And I think it would be a great option to bring up there. In addition to food trucks, there could be other things, like we have small little fairs up there or little things in the space. So not to this exact particulars, but to create a space in that area similar to this, I would love the idea. It still provides opportunity for the bands to play, performing arts. And I think some of the smaller bands are often, the stage is either too big or it's not, you know, or it's not big enough. So I think something in the middle would be really nice. So that's my suggestion. But again, I agree with, was it John who came up to the mic? I think he's correct when we say, let's just go ahead and approve option A. He said he didn't think it was prudent to enter into a project that's not fully funded, and I have to agree with John on that one. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can make it work. And I just think just to build an amphitheater for a small number, I don't know that it's going to be used. And I think we actually had someone come here before saying with a smaller amphitheater, it may be a waste of money, and it may be more money to have maintenance if it's only used a few times in a year. And I'll stop sharing my screen.
Councilman Orland?
Well, originally had the concept coming in that I was going for the entire amphitheater, the 750 to 1,000 seat amphitheater, or the trailhead. That was stuck in my head. That I agree with Rod, and I believe it was Marisol who said, if we have to leave the opportunity for us to finish that large amphitheater should we come up with the money later on. So trying to squeeze in a smaller one down there and fund that would, and the cost of a smaller one down there, I don't think would do us any good. We wouldn't recoup any money from that. And then Councilmember Pearson shows up with a whole other option that just threw a wrench into my thought process, because I'm sitting thinking how overused City Park is, and could we use that for La Grande Fiesta or other events and bring them up and give those food trucks a place to go and make some money. But we're moving towards the eventual amphitheater that we would like to give everybody in Brentwood, a large amphitheater. I was a little bit disappointed with the Sedona 250 seat amphitheater. I thought there were seats. You're talking about sitting on the grass. I mean, that's a concert in the park at City Park. It's not a seat. So if we can kind of, when we do start looking at that larger amphitheater, the seating would be at least some for people with really bad backs who can't sit on the grass for long periods of time, would be a nice idea. But I'm kind of liking option D.
Thank you. I came into this discussion tonight thinking I was leaning towards option B, which is exactly what council is supposed to do, is come in maybe thinking one way and then having the discussion and the public comments, and all of it sways you one way or the other. So I was disappointed too, for some similar reasons and some different reasons. The idea of bringing that small stage up to the same level as homes when lighting and sound have been such a concern for people, doesn't make any sense to me because there's not as enough benefit to outweigh the potential negative impact on the neighbors when it comes to noise and sound at that height, at that level. I brought up the performance arts because I know we talked about the whole soccer fields thing. People were waiting for 20 years for that. I don't think we have enough to take care of the performance arts. I know there's, is it East County Performance Arts and Ghostlight Theater? I was approached by Ghostlight Theater when I first ran, and they said, can you help us out? We would really like a home. We'd like a place where the community can come and see us on a regular basis. So when this whole concept was coming back, I was like, well, maybe that's what we can do. Maybe we can, for outdoor choir performances for kids, for their grandparents to come, and there's not enough seats at Bristow or wherever else. So it was more in thinking performance arts and community-based performance arts, but that didn't seem to fit with option B either. So especially with no lights, that's just not going to work. That's not going to work for band performances or theater performances or choir, because a lot of them are going to end up being a little bit later in the afternoon and going into dusk. And it just, if not nighttime, I think we're cutting out a huge amount of the benefit of the site if we don't allow anything to happen at night. I didn't think I was going to want to hold off because I know people have been waiting a long time. I've been hearing from a lot of people myself and in the community that they're so anxious for this to happen. But I'm kind of leaning towards D myself now, or something similar. Where can we? Staff, you did an amazing job. Staff did a great job on the first presentation about the tobacco ordinance. And the soccer fields went through a really great process that was very similar. And I would have to agree with Councilmember Mendoza on this one, that I think we need to see all of the different possibilities and costs and work something out. And I realize this discussion is just taking longer and longer. But given the amount of money that's been designated to this, I don't want to screw it up. I don't want to do only appeasing part of the people. I mean, we have heard, granted, there are some concerns. We know that. We know, like, as far as the traffic, for example, if this caused a need for a stoplight, I would advocate for a stoplight, having nothing to do with that budget, having to do with the city's budget for traffic control. So I'm not saying I think we need to do like 1,000 or 1,500 seat amphitheater. I think we can do it a little bit smaller to kind of work in the middle of where people would be really happy and satisfied. But I don't think we're there yet. I don't think what we have now is going to do it. And I am concerned if we do a partial project, the money could be reallocated somewhere else. Like, we use the developer fund specifically to do what we do, and then we have a little bit left over that we've been saving, but instead we decide to fund something else, and then this goes back to the drawing board. So I just don't think we're there yet.
Can I ask you a question? So what if, so Katie, and you haven't piped in yet on the art fund and what we could do there, but so I guess what would get us there is the question. What would get us there? So this is, your drawing is minimum, right? That's
Right.
minimum. So what is your next step full on amphitheater? And yeah, we don't have the money.
To answer your question, I would say this would be like how we're doing a sports complex. When I thought about option D, it was literally to do it in phases like the sports complex, and not to just throw it on the back burner, because we got phase 1, phase 2 of the complex. And I would think like phase 1 is just making sure we have something in place there. Like, I mean, it's kind of what Rod said, but Rod, I'm sorry if you're still listening, the parking space structure, so just parking spaces don't sound sexy. So I'd like to at least have some parking spaces in addition to somewhere to eat and listen to music. So yeah, I would break it into phases. And I mean, we have enough to get done with phase 1, and I think we can come back, or whoever's here on council can come to look at phase 2, which would be that big old amphitheater. And hopefully at that time, we'd have enough money to put the big amphitheater in the space. But I agree, option B would not be great if we don't have lighting. You have to have some source of lighting, but we have to be respectful that we're not a nuisance to the community. And I mean, I think when we did I'd like to go to a process where we do what we did when we brought I think Vice Mayor Myers is spot on. We did a great job with the sports complex. I'd love to have the community weigh in. I mean, if we want to have some color and crown and we do their own renderings at the table, but to really have the engineering firm come, show us some examples like we did with with the amount of money that we have, to give us some examples of, you know, if it's a food truck park with a sound stage, with some picnic tables, with some lights, if we are going to throw some type of sporting type thing there, we're going to say, no, we have enough sporting stuff going on right now. But to literally come back and let the community weigh in, that's what I would prefer. What I would like, though, is we kick the can a little bit, as like, let's have staff go back and come back. I'd like a decision to be made tonight. I'd like to say, we will go and start phase 1 with this amount of money so that we can at least start getting the engineers to come with some design ideas for us, similar to what we did for this, knowing that at the end goal is not to give up on option A altogether, that it's a later on project. So that would be my recommendation.
Did you even, do you know ballpark, all the electrical, how much that would be, or no?
I would have to defer to Dan. Dan, are you still on the line to kind of talk through any specific cost or specific items? Not on the line anymore. Okay.
He's on mute. Because, I mean, we're in Brentwood, it gets hot during the day. I mean, people are going to want to use this in the evening is when they're going to want to use it.
Dan just unmuted.
Oh, hey, Dan.
It's showing I was muted by host, so I was unmuted, but you can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so the costs are available from the original scheme that was done several years ago. We don't have the full breakout of option B, option C. That would be a more detailed study that could be done, but that would require just more detailed attention.
Okay. And back to the thing that was promised, it was promised. It was, I mean, in this, we've had town halls just for this. So like everything you're saying about the public coming in and inputting, we've done that in this room about this amphitheater, and it was promised, and it's been promised for years and years and years. So that's when we say it was promised, it was. We've sat here and had the meetings. They were agendized, and this is kind of the culmination of what the public wanted already. So I think that's why we say it, because we've been waiting forever, and we've been coming to meeting after meeting after meeting. But I agree with with everyone. It's like, if we can't do A and there's different options for B, but we need lights. Like, we can't, it's not going to work without the lights. So what can we get along the lines of, like the stage? I mean, I don't perform, so y'all are the ones that perform. Well, the three of you in the middle, I don't think Tony performs. So I think the three of you in the middle, any input on
Our
that?
bands would not be allowed to play here.
Okay, yeah, but if they were, I think that's important. The other thing we didn't talk about is instead of food trucks, can we do farmers markets on weekday mornings? Because that's the other thing, that the trilogy dinner I had the other night with a bunch of couples, is having farmers market midweek in the morning up there would be another option too. So could that be something, would they move the food trucks, can then they come in and do the farmers markets? Is that something we can envision happening?
Well, my understanding was that the food trucks are all, like, they show up daily or
Daily,
whenever
then
an event's taking place, or if they were going to do it very similar to what they do at Veterans Park.
Okay.
Something like that. But during the weekday, it's an open space area that if they wanted a farmer's market, or it would be another purpose that they could use that area for.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So my fear here, and I would love to make a decision on something tonight, but my fear is two things. One, that we're gonna start a project and we're gonna use enough of the money that it's gonna take us that much longer to get further along in the phases, if you know what I'm talking about. If I'm explaining that well. And then the other is that any kind of placement of any project that we launch would then in turn impact where the future build could be. Like, we would have to make sure if we were going to use the same footprint, for example, then we'd be okay with future designs being very similar. But in the end, I really feel like the amphitheater, despite all the infrastructure challenges, needs to be down below, because that's what will have the least impact on the neighbors. And we've heard that from neighbors before.
So you're saying even in this phase,
I like D. I'm saying I don't want it up high.
So can you put up the map of where everything is located, please? Because I'm a little confused, sorry. So she's saying from up here to down which I don't care. I don't care where.
So here's the, here's the rendering of the project site. As you can see, the amphitheater is located down low here, as originally scoped. The plan for option B was to relocate it up here with a reduced amphitheater on this lawn area. Does that answer your question?
Give the one for aerial view.
Yes.
I could have swore that when one of the views is off from the main street, and I drove that area and pulled over to park to see, it's not right up on homes. And I know when we did this Sand Creek Sports Complex, so like, yeah, when you look at the aerial view, the street is where? Because I thought I saw another view of this, too. Yeah, way over there. So we already did the buffer of between the street. It's towards the end of where the homes are.
Yeah, this is a reserved court here where you have some homes facing, and that's been our primary most noise receptor to this project.
So if it was in section 4, right, area 4, between 4 and 2, and that parking is still 1, bathrooms 3 and 2. If it was over in 4, we're further away from the homes. It doesn't look, if you go drive this street, it doesn't look as close to the residents. Because I just drove this after you guys put this out. I drove and pulled over on that side over there on the street area. It's pretty far away from the homes.
But there's also a matter of how sound travels.
Right. But
And that's why it was initially, I mean, unless I'm remembering wrong, why it was initially planned to be down below.
Was there going to be noise in the pavilion?
But I get, just before you answer that question, when we did the sports complex, we're literally across the street from houses.
Yeah.
And we talked about the lights that we use to stop the light pollutants. And I think the only thing would be the sound pollution, which I would love it if staff can come back with some future studies on sound and if it will affect based on the distance. But other than that, for light purposes, we just talked about this with the Sand Creek complex, and we assure residents who live literally across the street, we're in the middle, like literally across the street from it, that they wouldn't have a substantial amount of light pollution. And I think if we can accomplish the same thing, then the issue of light, I hear you on the lower area, Susanna, of like D with lower, but then that takes away our future amphitheater. Because we build down there, because to your point, we build in the area where we want the larger, we'll build a smaller, so we'll be back to B.
But as opposed to going through the full construction of the larger amphitheater down below, we're building parking lots, we're putting buildings on that upper tier. If we put in some of the infrastructure with the anticipation of it ending up down below, the conduits for running electricity and piping for running sewage down to the eventual amphitheater could save us a ton of money in the future rather than tearing up everything we've already done and ripping it out, putting in all that stuff, and then having to put all our stuff back that we've already done. I think that's what you were saying, right?
That is what I was saying, yeah.
Well, I will have to say I agree with most of the things that were said. My concerns with B was limited use because of weather and lighting and the size of the venue. We also, the smaller the venue, the more difficult the cost recovery. Originally, because I was in some of the very first discussions when this became a presentation from council, was that the size of the venue originally was about 2,000 seats. And that was quickly reduced to half that. We do have some real challenges if we're going to be having a big venue. You've got maintenance, you've got upkeep, you've got cost recovery. All of those things are significant. The full size was $14,000 a year for upkeep, or I mean, 400,000 Yeah, I'm sorry, it's late and there's a lot of numbers in my head.
2005.
Yes. But, so $400,000 a year that there's no source for right now. So we've got to figure out something. I agree. I think option B is really, if it's only used during the day, it will be almost not used. And the size of it really isn't usable for an amphitheater. I am amazed at what you are able to do with Chat GPT, but I would like to see what an option looks like to accommodate what Councilmember Orlemans and the Vice Mayor said. And well, everyone said, I'd like to see what that looks like. I thought I was going to have to settle for option B, but I can't bring myself to do it. It's not something that no community, very little community benefit, if any. And when we were first talking about this, and it may be just personally selfish, but I love performing arts. I love an opportunity to have our families and our local talent, and even something large enough that you could invite names and outside talent. I'd love to see some ballet performances out there. I'd love to see just all kinds of different things. You can't get one person in a leotard and a tutu on option B, but it's getting late. I know we've all talked about everything that can be talked about almost on this right now. Is there a
I want to add one more
alternative?
component
Sure.
that we didn't talk about because I am on the Debbie Committee and the Age-Friendly Communities and Disabilities. It's one thing that's been bothering me when I looked at everything. How do we take into consideration people who have mobility issues? Has anyone ever been to Cal Shakes? Anyone off of Cal Shakes. So if you've ever been to Cal Shakes, I've seen plays. It's a couple people nodding their head. It's amazing. You can go see like Romeo and Juliet. You can see all kind of, it's theater, and it's amazing productions that happen right off of like by Fish Ranch Road, I believe, when you're right before you go through the tunnel. So if you haven't gone, go. I work for them. I don't get any funds, but it's amazing if you're into theatrical performances. One of the, in Cal Shakes seats, for anyone who's gone, like I would guess about 700 people, maybe, if more, to 1,000. It's an outdoor amphitheater. It's beautiful. You have theater under the stars. At nighttime, they have a concession stand. They have everything we've talked about an amphitheater. The big problem there that I want to talk about, which is an elephant in the room for me, is mobility issues. They spend a ridiculous amount of money on carts to put people up there, and they can't even accommodate the number of people. As a person who has an invisible physical disability, it was really hard for me to make it from my handicap disability space to my seat. And it was extremely hard for me to get back down. According to our photos, we have this windy road to go down. And I know it's gonna be a future conversation when we talk about the amphitheater. Well, what is the city gonna do to accommodate me? If there is a performance, how do I get to my seat? Because I can't walk that distance. So I think that's something that when we keep talking about going down and that area down there, we really have to take into consideration that we have a lot of residents who have mobility issues, especially in that area, which we've already talked about. And if we are going to be an age-friendly and disabilities-friendly community, we do have to budget for those monies. And I mean, just go to Cal Shakes, and it's the longest windy road going up and the longest windy road coming down to get to their amphitheater because of noise and sound pollution. It just is what it is. So I didn't want us to leave this conversation without bringing up those considerations.
So I think I remember having that conversation before. I'm not 100% sure if it was just something that outside of a council meeting, but my thought was like carts, like a golf cart kind of situation where it works, doesn't always work. But what I was going to say too is in my vision, because since you brought up Cal Shakes, in my vision it's somewhere in between Forest Theater and Carmel and Woodminster in like the Berkeley, Oakland Hills area. One of them is really fancy, one of them's bigger, one of them's smaller, but they both have that really community kind of feel. They both have the ability that someone in a wheelchair could be wheeled up, although it's never easy, not if you're talking about an amphitheater kind of situation, frankly, but, and the dark. So I would agree with Councilmember Pearson about the accessibility issue. But I just don't know where we go tonight.
So should we just ask for one more time for staff to come back and give us an option D? Which would be what would make sense for lighting and sound, whether it be at the top or it be at the bottom. My vote would be to keep the amphitheater at the bottom. The same like the 750 seater with real seats, because I'm with Councilmember Orlemans. I don't want to sit on the grass. Yeah, and could we talk about what it would look like if we did have a option that's a combination, like an up top in that area that addresses some type of more detail on I'd like to see a study on sound for that area, what we can realistically do as far as size and for lighting and cost, appropriate cost for lighting for the upper location.
When I look at the picture, it looks like they had like a stage up there, didn't they, in the pavilion? It looks like a small stage, or am I wrong?
Do you mind putting the picture back up again?
When I zoom in?
Yes, on option B, there's
Yeah.
a stage.
Right there. There's already one in the original little picture.
And I believe we had a conversation about this with Dan Clevenger, who I think is still on the line, but that particular stage, I think he gave an estimate of $1.5 to $2 million for that setup.
For that?
But that stage
If you go to we've got a study of the option B, I think we're referring to. I mean, this is the one, the original scheme that had not really a stage, but a small wedding pavilion. I mean, that's designed for 3 people on a stage.
Okay, so
Wedding party.
I think
And then beyond there. So if you go to B though, the following one, Alan. Yeah. What we had done is just, at a highly conceptual level, indicated the location of where that stage might sit and trying to work with some of the topography. I think one of the big reasons for setting the amphitheater lower is working with the existing topography on the site. One of the things that would, if you start to talk about bringing the amphitheater further up and moving a lot of earth on the site to create the berm in the right direction, you're going to spend a large portion of the budget doing that.
what is on the right side? You see those little seats right there underneath the number 2? Is that a stage to the right? With that piece of art that we could use the art funds for?
Yeah, that portion was the wedding pavilion. So in this scheme, we're really talking about the stage being where I'm talking about the white line work.
Can we remove wedding pavilion, because then it's not a wedding venue, and then just put the stage over there?
Yes, that was the plan,
Yeah.
Councilmember Mendoza. The original renderings had this wedding venue, which is pretty small. You can see the little benches on the side here. It was really small. But with the option B that we were contemplating, this would no longer be included, and the scaled back amphitheater would be located here, primarily because of sound and cost.
So I guess if I'm going to make a motion, I would make a motion that we continue this sooner than later. Also, I wouldn't want it, if you can keep the picture up as well. Part of my motion would be that we have a future conversation after this upper portion has been fleshed out more to have a stage with a little bit more community engagement, whether it be some tables or something there, and lighting, cost for lighting there. We will have electrical, because there should be a bathroom and concession, so we'll have electrical there. I'd like to find out what that would be like with some studies on sound and the lighting pollution for the neighboring residents. I'd also like if we can come back with what are going to be our factors that we take in consideration, ADA accommodations for people who have disabilities for both projects, for future and the amphitheater being down there lower, if possible. And if we can phase it out, what are suggestions on cost for phasing? So like if we did do a upper phase as project 1 with parking, and then would we go to amphitheater as phase 2, or would we go to event center as phase 2?
Or we assess it when the time comes?
Right.
Like, what is the biggest community need?
I guess it's like, can they break up the cost for both and give it to
Separately?
us separately? Yeah, so
Yeah.
we can figure out, so we can decide on
Yeah.
phases. But I would like to bring this back as early as staff can finish giving
Yes.
us an estimate and doing all the stuff that we'd asked for, rather than it coming next year or 2 years from now.
So part of the process will include probably coming back within a month with a contract amendment. We don't have budget authority to do the additional design, noise studies, all those other things, traffic studies. So that's at least a month out from getting a contract in front of you. And then the work behind that is probably 2 to 3 months out after that, just knowing how these things go. So that's probably the quickest we could probably get something back.
So you're like August or September, so around maybe
We'd
September.
Speed up as quickly as possible, but
Okay.
you know, that's the challenge.
Okay. And then also, can we include in there the question about the the performing arts and using those funds? Can
Mhm,
we get
thank
some
you.
type of information back about the use of those funds?
No.
We can't
Of course
use
you
them.
can.
Oh, good. It's late.
Yeah, of course. I've been taking notes. What I have is research, A, the availability of using existing public art funds for amphitheater purposes, or if necessary, the possibility of amending the public art ordinance to allow existing funds to be used for amphitheater purposes. Is that what you're looking
Yes.
for?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
So just a question. Maybe I'm confused. Option B, is that what you're talking about? And then, so this is,
I think it's on option B modified with like her pictures.
I'm not even looking at their options. I'm creating our own options right now.
This is pretty close to B.
right.
This is pretty
But with
close to B,
lights.
yeah. So you just want this with a stage and then
I
tables
don't
in
want
the
to, I
middle?
don't like the tone of an amphitheater, I think a stage. Because
But
the
what-
amphitheater design that was proposed was small.
But you
It-
want a stage right here, do you want a stage
Yes.
over here? So we're like, where the wedding pavilion is, instead of a wedding pavilion, we put a stage with lights and sound?
Yes.
Yeah. And then the food trucks, I know you were showing them around, they showed them on the curb. Do you care that they're on the curb, or did you want?
I defer to council, whatever you all think would be better.
I think they're fine on the curb and leave more space for people to sit and roam, but I mean, I don't know.
Whatever you guys think, I'm open to suggestions from council, what you think would be best for our residents.
Well, I'm concerned if you put a stage where the wedding venue is on this,
Uh-huh.
the direction that the sound is going to come is back toward the housing. That's why I think they moved this facing
Should we
away.
put it on the other side?
So
Why don't we just say they put a stage where staff thinks would be the best place for sound?
Or even out here.
Yeah.
For my clarification, it was talked about with the site possibly facilitating, helping out with City Park venue. I'm not sure what kind of crowds we get with City Park at those events, but I'm just thinking about parking.
Yeah, we get like 3,000.
We should get,
To what scale are we looking at here?
right. I thought that the option C was horrible parking. It was like 62 spaces. And literally, if you go to Foodie Crew, the Wednesday nights, those spaces are gone. So yeah, that parking was,
How many spaces do we have at Veterans Park?
Close
know,
to 100 just at Veterans Park, and then if you wind it around the senior center or connect it with the aquatic center, you could add quite a bit more, but
So I think the 250 in option B, is that still a good number that we had in option B? Oh, no, that's 122,
option B
sorry.
was 122.
I think, can we look at the parking like we did the soccer complex, where some of it is cemented and some of it is gravel? And then we can put all of the ADAs in the cemented. Can we do that?
If it increases parking, I'm okay with whatever. And then I think option B talks about 200 seats, and I mean, I would defer to it's a grassy area, so.
I still worry about this project that we're talking about now, because there's some good things about it, taking away from the budget of the eventual project and it never happening because, okay, we got a theater, we're going to give up, we're going to be done.
Wasn't the top part of the overall budget though? I mean, overall project?
Yeah.
Not in the way we're talking about it. I mean, the wedding venue is not a theater with seats and all that. I mean, I think it's, and lighting and everything, it's going to take more of the budget. I mean, granted, I'm going to support this because I want to see what it looks like, but my concern is still there. Like, the more we put into this, at this option, at this level, the more it's going to take away from the budget, which means it's going to be pushed further and further and further out. I don't know what that means, like, as far as decisions,
I
but.
get it.
I'm going to agree that if we're going to go with basically option B, price-wise, I don't think we're going to end up with a very small 200-seat amphitheater that's not going to get used.
But we're not saying we're going to spend more than the 9 million, right? So it's 9 million, to do the whole thing is another 5.4 million, which we don't have anyway, right? So right now, we're saying we're going to spend the 9 million.
Yeah, but
I'm confused how we're doing option B. If option B was suggested that we do a smaller amphitheater down at the lower place, am I wrong about that? So it's up top.
Yeah.
it's up top.
And
You're looking at option B
I
right
didn't
there.
propose a 200 seat. And I'm just saying a stage up. So I don't know. But
When we say seats, we don't mean like physical seats. We say like if you sit on the grass, you can fit 250
200
people.
people.
Yeah, capacity. We're not saying we're going to build seats. We're still doing your thing of like either picnic tables or capacity. It's not like physical, like.
So when we look at option C and B, the trailhead literally is, the estimated cost is $5,000 more just because we're building a stage. Is that it? It's a $5,000 stage?
5 million.
$5 million stage?
5.4 million. It's for, we'll see, so for the trail connection, the lawn and the playground, plus 500 seats and 128 parking. Sorry, I had to build a spreadsheet, you know me. So it's 500 more seats, 128 more spaces.
No, you're looking at option A.
No, this is A and this is B. So jumping from B to full blown out, that's the 5.4 million is the playground, the lawn area, the trail connection, 128 seats and 500 seats and 128 parking spots. That's $5.4 million.
You're going between these options, not these two.
No, these two. Yeah, these two is what I did. Because I thought you were talking about the 5.4 million.
No, so my question is between C and B, where is the?
It's 250 spaces and 250 spaces and about 60 parking spaces, 250 people. The jump from C to B doesn't make sense. That's a lot of money.
Let's have Dan clarify what's behind that. I think that'll help you understand it better.
It's half the parking and it's all the site development. I mean, it's taking all the site development you kind of see in green there, and it's removing that and then making just a naturalized path that connects to a trail. So really you're doing half the work with a small pavilion in option C. Yeah, there's just a small portion of the parking. It's there. There's a small restroom and kind of amenity pavilion that provides some shade, space for picnic tables, and then just entirely naturalized pathways that tie you into the trail system. So all the area that, I mean, you can kind of see ghosted in where the amphitheater proposed in option B is, that entire improved site area, because it's all kind of naturalized open space now. All that improvement has gone. Let's see. Yeah, everything where your mouse is kind of hovering right now. So it's a significant site area. I mean, that reflects, you know, the area that you mentioned earlier, about 1.5 to 2 acres. It's like,
How do you feel about that one? So that's the only difference is that.
You guys, we can't see what you're looking at and can't hear what you're talking about.
I can't, it's not on this computer, it's not on this computer. It's just saying, it's just the 250 seat different, people difference, the 60 parking space difference. That is what is $5 million from C to B. Everything else stays the same. The barn, no, actually, no, it's no seats. So yeah, so we're adding 250 seats, we're adding 60 parking spaces. The barn stays the same, the building at the entry stays the same, the mobile vending stays the same.
You have none of the improved park area that's on kind of the right side of the screen. So like where keynotes 4 and 2 are, basically if you connect the two red lines just on the side of the pavilion, none of that to the right exists in C. Or, I mean, it exists, just naturalized open grassland. That area you can access.
So there's no parking at all with C. It's just a dirt field?
You have parking. I'm saying like here you
So
have
62.
everything to the right. Like see the kind of improved green park area that's not part of C.
And
Everything
that
just
whole
within the blue
grassy,
lines
the whole wedding thing that you had up and the whole grass and all of that.
does not exist. Does not exist
Okay,
in C.
so that's 5 million all of this.
Everything encompassed in the blue is and why are we putting a play structure there?
How much is the play structure?
Was arts. That's the art features as a part of the public arts funds that was originally proposed decades ago.
What, you're using public art funds for playground?
For art. Those are art pieces, not playground.
Public art pieces. Yeah.
There's no playground there.
Oh, so that's,
Art's in the eyes of the beholder, but those are supposed to represent art pieces.
The kids can probably climb on and play, but no, I'm just kidding. So there's no, I just want to
This
make
is
sure
high
there's no
level
play.
conceptual. We don't even know what those are yet, but right, those have to be designed and
I just was making sure
costed
there's
out.
not like
Correct,
a swing set and it's not a play structure. Okay, great, thank you.
if my trail has all of the concrete stamp, like designed by students, because that constitute art? Like if every single square is done by a student.
So I'm now frustrated and I don't like any of them. And, yeah. I mean, I would be more amenable to do now, looking at this and seeing the blue lines. I'm definitely not okay with C. I don't want a trailhead. I don't want a rattlesnake trail. But I would prefer to see at least what I see on this image than nothing for the next 25 years too.
So, and this is B, right? What we're looking at?
Yes, this is B. If I could give it a shot, so this is option B. It shows what we were initially proposing as a reduced amphitheater. The good news was with this configuration is that it leaves the original amphitheater as a future phase as well as the event center. So I got that from council's direction that you guys want to make sure that this is not forgotten. So what's proposed within the red boundary, I would feel is pretty, it's not something that we would have to tear out in the future when we do, and if we do move forward with the amphitheater and event center. The 200-seat amphitheater reduced, not sure if Dan had an idea as to what that might cost, but my understanding from council so far is possibly, instead of an amphitheater here, doing a stage with lighting, additional tables and seating, possibly out here with considerations for ADA. But again, I think with option B, and that, again, this originally would have used up the entire remaining budget. But now that if we went away from this smaller amphitheater, that budget would decrease. I'm not sure if Dan knew offhand what that might save us, and instead of installing some lighting and a stage. Again, oriented in such a way that the sound does not affect the surrounding residents. But based on council's discussion so far, I feel that this might be at least for the red part, I think this is kind of what we're leaning towards.
I agree with, I'm sorry. Did you want to go or? I was going to say, I agree with you as to, I would like to still come back and find out about the noise and light pollution if we did go with option B. I'm not sold on it. I would prefer a stage than an amphitheater because I'd like to see more people be able to get up there for local bands and actually have seating on that lawn area than just the open lawn. But I still think in order for us to make a decision, I think we need to get those studies in place to find out if we are going to do something detrimental to residents, then I think we need a further discussion. And I agree, I don't feel like I have enough information here to, at this point, make a decision. So I'm going to have to agree with that one.
I have a question, being the non-musical one. Like, that looks like a stage. What's the difference between, like, that, see the thing on his screen? Like, yeah. What's the difference between a stage and that? Isn't that like a stage with a cover? I don't mean, sorry, I just don't understand.
So the amphitheater down below is more like the,
But
angled-
is this an amphitheater, what we're seeing right here on this?
I mean, I don't see that as being an amphitheater. It looks more like a stage to me, too.
Okay, so that's,
So
that's a stage, okay.
I was gonna say, if we could pull that back up again, if we could take out the art feature and the wedding venue and use those funds potentially to actually make that a stage with lights and whatever seating we can arrange, I would be more inclined to look at this. Especially if we can use some of the art funds and do whatever we can to make the whole thing look artistic and justified. But again, I totally 100% feel that we need to be recognizing performance arts as art, not visual necessarily. And of course, with the EIR for the noise and the light pollution.
So we've got notes for you to look at if you want to. I've been trying to follow you, so you'll forgive any errors and just correct me if I'm mistaken and let me know if you need it to be larger once we. Oh.
While she brings that up, what is the mobile vending area, that red building?
That's a different area for vendors to set up, like I think it's been mentioned earlier in the discussion, like a farmer's market type of setup. So there's kind of two scenarios for that. There's the food truck area where you can pull up in adjacent to that, and that's in the paved area. And then there's areas where vendors could set up in, small tents or carts.
So they would bring their own pop-ups. We're not going to build something for them, kind of like the farmer's market?
They would bring their own. Correct.
Okay.
Like the farmer's market. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, are these encapsulating all the thoughts at this point?
Can we, on the first bullet, replace one of the uses of amphitheater purposes with performance arts purposes?
So just so I understand what that means, we would be looking at whether public arts funds could be used for actual like capital improvements for like building this facility as the amphitheater purposes. And separately, we would be looking at whether public arts funds could be used towards funding performing arts. But I would be looking at those as two separate things. Do you have something different in mind? Help me understand. And by amphitheater, I'm saying whatever facility you eventually.
So if we are able to use the Public Arts Fund for performance arts, then I would think the entire project would fall under that. And some of those funds could be used towards that project as a whole because it's promoting performance arts.
So we'll go back and research this because the ad hoc committee had asked about it too. And the answer they were given was that it needed the majority of council to authorize time and money. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. So the short answer to your question, council member, is that the wording of our public art ordinance is just a little narrow. And so it is worth a second look to determine whether it currently encapsulates performing arts or whether it is much more geared towards the installation of an art piece and what developers have been told over the years as they've contributed to this fund. So that's what we'll be trying to figure out for you.
Thank you.
We ask about, how we did we got that spreadsheet for the soccer complex, same kind of thing with this.
I mean, frankly, my goal here would be to not spend the entire chunk of change on this and to save some portion of it for starting savings for the future implementation of potentially the full project, or at least something closer to it.
But what if that impedes you from doing anything?
That's what I'm saying. That's why we need that breakdown too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go back to that community input. We've already had a lot of meetings on community input. That's how we got to this. Do we have those on video for like our new council people to watch? I don't know. I mean, I've sat here through them.
I'll just go on a little bit of a limb. That's the challenge with all the wringing of hands of how long this project has taken. It takes several years to fully develop with all the design, the environmental work, and then we get council change, and now the budget's gone up significantly, and then they go reassess it, and we do this 2 or 3 times every couple of years. It sounds like they're really committed to try to get something done sooner than later because the cost just keeps going up, and the bureaucracy of hiring another architect and doing more environmental work just takes so much time. And their capacity is limited, and we have to comply with the law. And so all these other complicated bureaucracy issues that just make it so much more difficult. When you engage stakeholders, again, speaking out of turn a little bit, the costs tend to go up even more because they have more desires of things they want to see done. And that just complicates getting the project done and just never seems to get done.
Yeah, my fear is that we're just going to add more time to it. Like it's been since 2004. And we've done all of the community outreach previously, and I don't know if we need to do it again, because this is kind of what they wanted. I mean, they wanted bigger, but we can't do bigger. So.
Can I mention too, one thing that I would like to refine a bit in the comment in the bullets here. We were talking about, or I mentioned, removal of the art piece, and the funds that were being allocated for the art piece would in turn be portioned to performance art if that flies. Is that okay with everyone? Okay.
Can we leave the community input as just public comment during city council meetings? Is that okay? Or do you guys want to have more town halls?
Okay, when I said community output, it was in response to what Vice Mayor said about the complex. And so since we're talking about potential changes to the design, then that's what I was talking about. I don't really care as long as we get something done. I just want to get something done.
Yeah,
I just don't want to be here. I don't want to be like my kids are my last kid's graduating from high school, which is in like 7 or 8 years, and whether I'm on council or I'm somewhere else and I'm watching a council meeting, I don't want to see the people are like, well, should we put a bocce ball court up there? I just don't want to. I want us to break some dirt and put a building up there or something.
This is one of the projects I was most excited about when I got on to be part of.
I wonder why.
I agree 100% that we need to move forward and get something done. I disagree with a 250-seat small amphitheater at a cost of $9 million. Plan B with these changes isn't going to change that number significantly enough for me to say, oh yeah, that makes sense. And then we have $750,000 to add towards the amphitheater down below. I mean, right now, this would be a no for me.
What do you propose then?
I'm exactly when we started off, what you had brought up, and having seen that concept of a D with the modifications of C is what I would say would make, but you've made a motion, so I can't, I mean.
Yeah, but you guys said D was B, so that's when I through it, yeah.
I think what she described was kind of B, right? Wasn't it?
No.
But
not
initially-
even
Around
close.
on the top.
I didn't see that at all. I saw a very modified C with the pavilion or the food truck area being completely separate. I am either, let's build this amphitheater and we'll figure out how we're going to pay for it and we'll work on that, or let's go back to looking at the food truck pavilion with the seating areas for everybody, maybe bringing some of the events out of City Park up to there, maybe a farmer's market, and there's $5 million left over out of the current budget we have that we can decide if we're going to start using that towards a larger amphitheater or other places within the city that are in need of some things. So you're asking what I wanted.
I don't know how that's anything different than what I showed you on the picture and what I kept saying. And I never said we should spend 12,000. And you guys kept saying, but you're saying B. And I kept saying, I'm not saying B. I don't want an amphitheater. I don't want a small amphitheater. And you guys said, well, the stage that you're showing, you're proposing is an amphitheater. So I drew a damn design in ChatGPT because I like the idea of having an option D up there, But
I guess I don't understand. Isn't that like a stage? Like what he drew? What's the difference between what he has? Like he's saying it's a stage. We're not doing amphitheater. Amphitheater's below. We're not doing I'm just saying put like you had a grassy knoll. Let's just put the stage on the grassy knoll that's already there, and then we create this area to be what you envisioned.
this is what I had as my idea.
So is that what you envision here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care where it's at.
That's
I'm
what
just
I'm
saying up
saying.
there, somewhere at the top, can
Yeah.
we create a D? And that's what I thought we were gonna have the conversation on. I would love to have a conversation with you guys about how we can do something else totally different up there, but still moving towards in the future, having an amphitheater down there.
Yeah, so I
And-
think, yeah, what you want right here, we still need
I don't
the
care where it's
parking.
at.
But I think, yeah, but I mean, if they've already designed it to go there, that's fine with me. I don't care that it's there because then it doesn't mess up the future of the amphitheater down here or this event center. We do what, this is what you want, and then we still have the parking lot, and then we need the bathrooms over there, and then that's it. Because we still need we still need this. We can't do away without the bathrooms. We can't do away without the parking. And then we put your vision, we create this to have your stage. And this is where the food
So,
trucks come, and that's why I asked, do you want them on the?
I'm not seeing anything you guys are talking
No,
about.
I'm like this.
I'm talking about this on this thing.
Yeah.
She's pointing to her.
So I'm saying what she has up there, why can't we just put it right here?
Is that going to save any money? That's what I want to know.
So my suggestion on what I have on screen, I was asking for us to do it in the same budget as somewhere lower than the 12, whatever the 9. Yeah, I was never proposing we use 9 million. I don't think we use 9 million. I even brought this up in council agenda review. If we can do it at the trailhead amount, do something like this with the amount that we have, maybe $1 million more. That was my suggestion, and I don't see why.
I think this is more expensive because it has more concrete. Isn't concrete more expensive than, like, this is less concrete, this is more concrete. I thought concrete was more expensive, unless I'm wrong. Yeah, see, this is more expensive than this.
Well, your design just saved us 5,000, so at least we're ahead
You're
on
5,000.
that front. What we could have the,
Oh my God,
I love your humor. Thank you. We're all tired.
we could have the architect look at what you've created and put some general cost to it at this very high level overview until we get to the deeper design, 65% design level, the costs really aren't that accurate. So as long as that's understood, and we could try to come back
Okay,
quicker
but
with something like that.
I just want them to be clear on where you want it. Do you, like, when you see this, where do you see the plop down on this?
When I'm proposing option D, I'm talking about up high. Where it is up high, I don't care, as long as it's up high. And it's not.
But we need to be thoughtful about the pie because we have a future vision for an event center and a future vision for an amphitheater. So we got to like lay down the pieces.
So I'm up high deferring to where staff says is no noise and sound pollution, and it fits within a smaller budget. Then
And then I guess if it's not within a smaller budget, we're not gonna, I mean, we got to do something.
Do we scrap the whole thing?
Then we go.
Right,
on-
that's what I'm
No,
saying.
then we go to what we're saying. Give us some suggestions on the other, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a way, to throw something else in the mix, is there a way to look at tree, a tree line to help with sound?
That would be a nice sound study.
I'm just
Trees
looking at
aren't gonna
this,
stop
and there's a
sound.
lot of trees here, and
Trees aren't going to stop sound. Significant earth berms and heavy walls. You need something heavy. Trees are going to do very little stop sound.
okay, thank you, Dan. Tim, would you like to make a motion? What you said a minute ago made some sense.
Well, I recognize this is a challenge. You want to do it right. You don't want to short circuit what the residents have been wanting and desiring, but you also want to fit within a budget that's reasonable. And the full amphitheater, I can't see a forecast in the next 20 years where you're going to have $20 million, and by then it's 22, 24. So it's just, it's a challenge. It feels like it's a modified C, if you want to call it D, fine, but a modified C that has more of that localized feel, but you're going to take away a quarter of the money you need for the full amphitheater. And that's just the trade-off. But we can come back with those costs, and you can understand the details a little bit better and maybe make a better decision with more information.
It's a modified C, but more than 62 parking spots, right? Like
Try to get to 100. I mean, is that?
100, 122.
Yeah.
So can that be my motion? No. So
Can I ask a quick favor before you make a motion? So Alan, Bruce, was there anything on that list that you felt like you needed further direction or was problematic before they make a motion? I'm sure you've committed the list to memory.
No, not that I recall.
Okay.
Then I'll second her motion. I'm
Well,
good.
Before I
Oh.
move with my motion, I want to hear what Councilmember Orlemans is going to make a motion. I might take a friendly amendment.
no, absolutely not. I had no idea. I thought your motion was moving everything to Plan B, spending
No,
nine
for
point
D, I
something
keep saying,
million.
you guys, I like Plan D. I don't want to spend all the money.
So maybe it's just my hearing aids, but when you're saying D, I'm hearing B, and I apologize. It's probably
No,
just
no, no. I just
my
feel like everybody was putting B
misunderstanding.
on me, and I was not a B'er.
It was pretty close to B.
You're
So-
pretty close.
Yeah, it's pretty close to B. I mean,
I apologize.
and financially,
My
it was
bad.
pretty close to B too, which is the problem. But if your motion is somewhat aligned with what Tim just suggested,
Yes.
and is that what we're understanding here? Because I don't want to vote in support of it if it's not aligned with what Tim just said.
Say what you said again, Tim.
I think it's more like C and the budget of C. How about we agree to that, right? The budget of C in that $3.5 to $4 million range, which is what the developer contributed. And we have some obligation to build something comparable to what was promised and expected. It's got some sort of stage, lighting, taco truck, benches, shade structures, maybe some art pieces. If we can fit that in that $4 million budget, then that still leaves you some money for a future amphitheater down the hill, way
Down the road.
future.
Yes, with the addition of the public arts possibly providing us more funding to do more. Yep.
Yeah, so my second still holds.
We have a first and a second. Staff, are you clear on what that motion is?
I just want to make sure that whatever Katie jotted down doesn't now conflict with any of that. So I'm just quickly scanning the list.
Well, they didn't move to adopt what I wrote down, so that's why I'm looking to you. If you understand what they asked for, that's great, because they didn't ask for what I have.
Let's pull it up one more time just to make sure.
Okay.
So we're moving the wedding pavilion,
Removing
put it in upper
public art
area
piece.
to reduce costs, if it's feasible with the noise study and traffic flow and all those kinds of things. Add lights, which then we'll have to deal with the neighbors on making sure it's not creating light pollution in their yards. Food truck area, possibility of operations for farmer's market if there's enough parking to accommodate it and there's interest by the vendors. In fact, we did talk to the foodie truck and they said they'd be willing to do something comparable at Veterans Park that they could do at the amphitheater as well, so that's at least viable. Seating for facility users, I didn't hear that anymore. Not to the same degree.
Either some kind of even like a wooden plank bench or a cement block or tables, something. We gotta have something for people to sit on that isn't on the ground level.
Make sure it's ADA compliant, expand the parking as much as you can feasibly do, get it 100, 150 if you can, right? Something along those ranges, and then give you a cost breakdown as soon as we can get something that's accurate enough.
So seating also, can we look into the option of art engineered benches or seats?
That's what the Sedona model reflected a little bit as well,
Mm-hmm.
at least on
And
the
that can be
edges.
covered by.
Yep. It would be.
The parking could also be similar to what we talked about with the soccer complex, with some cement and some gravel to save some money.
And then to help compromise, maybe a suggestion for trying to get some stakeholder engagement, but not too much, is you can throw this to the Parks Commission and have it on an agenda and invite some public to participate there.
It was a
if you
suggestion. We
want.
don't need to put it in there.
That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, and my motion said to come back as soon as possible within this year if possible.
So this is your top priority project?
Yes.
So this is her top priority project.
We might have to come back with a contract amendment so that we can pay someone to get this work done. But this work, by the way, just about $5,000, we had it in the budget, but anything more than the 50,000, you don't have given us that authority yet, so we'd have to come back and make sure that's all copacetic.
So I still second it.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It moves. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We're adjourned. Thank you.